Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Good morning. Hi. Happy Tuesday, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more Skylines. Yesterday I said we're going to do Starfield tonight. I lied. The reasoning for that is because, as it turns out, it's pretty fun. We figured out that you can actually make old school roundabouts, and they're actually a lot better than the drop-in roundabouts, and potentially can alleviate a lot of traffic issues, which is very curious. Playing around with the traffic mechanics in general at the end of yesterday's stream, very good. We also talked about UAPs at the beginning of yesterday's stream, if you guys are curious about that. Particularly the October 31st documents that were released by Arrow, as well as, which is a government agency, as well as report that they had. Mini conference, I guess you could say. It wasn't really a real... They definitely didn't invite the press to have a shindig. It felt like they just had a couple people telephone in, and that was supposed to be a conference with no cameras or anything. Very weird. You had to find the transcript on their website. Or not on the website, on Department of Defense's website, defense.com or whatever it is. Yeah. Interesting stuff. I probably should highlight that too, and hopefully not spend 30 hours editing it like I did. I'm pretty sure I can, because yesterday's stream was just shy of 6 hours. Let's see. Apparently there's reviews for the PD248QP out, which we're definitely going to take a look at. Oh my god, there's a lot of good YouTube stuff right now. This is the weird shit is... Editor only works on... Oh, is it going to let me? Yes, it can. If it's longer than 6 hours, you can't use the editor, which is pretty insane. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a small little highlight here while I drink my coffee. And we're also going to take a look at a couple reviews for the PG248QP, which is a modder I've been waiting for the last 11 months. 11 fucking months. Almost a year. Crazy. We're back. Righty. Normally I don't produce videos, but occasionally in a podcast section where we make something that's kind of good or sounds pretty good, we'll take time to make a highlight out of it. Let's see. Helpful unless I have a picture. Why is the editor for YouTube such a pain in the ass to use? Function is to be here. Automatic resolution office. I never remember the acronym because it's not exact. I never remember automatic resolution. Anomalous resolution office. Arrow. Anomalous arrow research resolution office. Anomalous resolution office something. Anomalous automatic resolution office. I never remember the acronym because it's not exact. Didn't pay for cable. We're gonna take a look at the arrow. Anomalous. Oh yeah. Alrighty.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, sure. So, there's a lot packed in there, so let me try to undo that. First, we have a lot of our reporting comes from
Periodically we cover that because it's some interesting things. I don't know how to search the PDF on the because it looks like Google might be able to do so based on this right here, but this also might be pulled from arrow.mil. I think this is actually in the PDF. Tonight, we're gonna play some City Sky. Yeah, that actually might be from the PDF. So there's potential for Google to peruse it. Finding it in the first place is half the battle, apparently, though. Consolidated annual report. Not on the website. Good? Okay. Okay, guys, moving along. Yep. Right. Cut. What the fuck happened to all my other features? Can you not do anything other than cut? See if it saved the cut. Probably didn't, is my guess. Now I have permission to access this section. It takes a while to make this, to duplicate the... Oh my god. Unless it's trimming it. It could be. It could have saved it. Oh my god. Well, we might have to come back to this, guys. Video is being processed. Pretty sure if I click save, it saves over the original video, which is not what we want. I should have immediately saved as new after I ended my stream yesterday. I wonder if you can save as new while the video is going. Can't use editor till it's finished. I can use the highlight, but the highlight only works up to a certain point. If it's longer than that, you can't use the highlight. I think highlights are within the last 2 hours, so if you have a longer, like a 3-hour podcast, you can't get the first hour of video. Watching me edit videos, good. Think I can do anything. I don't know if it's actually trimmed out this section or if I have to wait. I think I have to wait. Motions, that's actually been on YouTube for a long time. Just to hit it, and I guess now they're making it more forward and easier to find. That being said, my channel isn't even monetized, so does that even matter? Not really. I don't think, I think this is going to take a while. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to skip ahead here and come back to this after we take a look at the PG-248 QP reviews. So we'll come back to this after we watch reviews is what we're looking at here. 8 reviews. Now we're going to take a look at Hardware Modder Unboxed. TFT Central, I can't actually read to you guys, or we can't watch. Like the only big review is from Modder Unboxed, which is I'm fine with because they do a pretty good job. I'm going to take a look at TFT Central, possibly off stream. I also want to take a look at this, but I think this is they slid a fix into the 14,000 series Intel processors, and they didn't backpedal it. They talked about this prior to it launching. They didn't backpedal the fix to the 12 and 13K series. It's a software fix or firmware fix that they could, but they didn't. Yeah. Right here. Already 48,000 reviews, or views. We watched this a month ago, and it was... I don't know how he got his hands on one so fast, but he did. And there's some preliminary numbers there. It must have been sponsored.
Welcome back to Monitors Unboxed. Today we're taking...
Chris, where is the opening? Where is the opening?
At an extremely fast gaming monitor, the Asus ROG.
He also has an extreme amount of arm hair. That's crazy.
QP, which
good for him.
to a massive 540 hertz refresh.
Been waiting for it. It's supposed to launch in Q2.
ROG Swift Pro monitor is designed for professional esports gamers. Although
it's a TN monitor too.
A nice proof of concept for the future of high performance, high refresh rate displays that will hopefully become more accessible over the next few years. Currently, if you want a 500 Hz plus monitor, it's LCD panels that are providing that with either IPS or TN technology offering those kind of speeds. Asus have opted for what they describe as an ETN panel for this monitor, or Esports TN, which they claim is the world's
Bogus
fastest
name.
TN panel that is approximately
AUO,
50%
it is
more
the fastest
expensive than
panel. It
traditional
isn't
TN
specific
panels.
to Asus,
We
though.
already know that TN
And we'll
are the
suspect,
fastest
I
high
suspect one's going to be coming out from Acer. I'm not buying an Acer modder anymore. Fuck that. I'm done with Acer after my current modder and all the shenanigans with it.
Is available, so it makes sense to use this type of panel in a performance-focused display, even if that means sacrificing a bit from color quality and viewing angles. As far as specifications go, this display features a
Gaming panels in general, every panels in general have been IPS game for the last couple years because TN hasn't really released anything AU.
G-Sync module from NVIDIA, so we
that is changing this year with this panel.
Ultra-low motion blur 2 technology and the reflex analyzer, which we've covered in videos previously. Asus have also listed display HDR 400 support, although actual HDR hardware support is somewhere between limited and non-existent.
Pretty much.
Coming in at $900 US. I don't really expect Asus to sell very many of these outside of a select few multiplayer gamers that want to try it out and have cash to burn. Instead, I think the primary goal of this monitor is to prove that 500Hz is possible and worth having, as well as to provide a bit of a halo effect for other Asus monitors. Before getting into the usual stuff,
I don't know. I mean, some of the really expensive monitors get up there, guys, including OLED panels now. The only reason I've been waiting for this instead of getting an OLED panel is OLED still has problems with burn-in. And I guarantee you, everyone's going to have burn-in in their panels in 1 to 2 years. It's just the way it's going to work because they aren't going to go their way to hide the static menu items. They aren't going to do it. And it's going to burn in no matter what. It's just the way it works. It's eventually just going to burn into the monitor. And you're going to be stuck with UE elements, taskbar items just stuck on your screen and be like, oh, okay, I guess this is the way things are going to go now. But does it need to be? No. And I've actually talked about this before. If I actually had an OLED panel, what I'd do is get a monitor. They don't exist, though. A monitor stand that allows you to move the panel up and down. The reason for this is because you could have 2 monitors and then use a normal panel when you're not in game, and when you're in game, you're gaming, you use the OLED panel, right? That's probably one of the most brute force physical ways of maximizing the life of your panel. You can do all sorts of different sorts of things. It's not going to matter. It's going to burn in eventually. So you have to only use it when you're playing games. And there's no real monitor setup right now. If you look at all the monitor stands, they aren't made for it. Because there hasn't really been a demand for it, but now there is. And I think actually it'd be pretty easy for them to make one if they wanted to.
In the very latest builds of Windows,
make it on a roller or an arm that goes up and down.
Iterations of Windows capped out at 500Hz. So if you want to access the top-end capabilities of this monitor,
extra 40 Hz,
ensure you're running the latest version of Windows. Not a big deal for most gamers, but there are some holdouts using Windows 10 and older versions of the OS that won't be possible in the 500Hz plus era. Also, 540Hz compatibility I found to differ between NVIDIA and AMD GPUs, which could be a result of the use of NVIDIA's proprietary G-Sync hardware module.
It has to do with drivers being updated,
the
teething
primary
issues.
Goal of working with NVIDIA graphics cards. Basically, if you have an NVIDIA GPU, nothing to worry about. 540Hz works with full variable refresh rate support up to that maximum. With an AMD GPU, 540Hz also works, but you won't get variable refresh rate support at that maximum. Even if every
VRR, VSync, or VRR, FreeSync, or G-Sync doesn't really matter in my opinion. The higher the refresh rate, the less it matters, and adds input latency, which I have off on my monitor because you can feel it. I can feel it at least. It became snappier when I was playing Overwatch. In other games, it didn't matter. When I started playing Overwatch, I had to turn it off. Regardless of the fact, it does make things look nicer, but
everything appears enabled.
It doesn't really matter that much.
The monitor remains capped at 540Hz as indicated by its built-in refresh rate counter. It's only at 500Hz and below that you will get full VRR support. Not the biggest deal. 540Hz versus 500Hz is just an 8% difference, but it's something to be aware of. As for the benefits of the refresh rate itself, you'll see how it impacts motion clarity a bit later, but just using this monitor for desktop apps, it's a massive step up for responsiveness and smoothness over most typical refresh rates of today. Going from 144Hz to 540Hz is night and day. I know some people believe that anything above 144Hz is diminishing returns.
I've heard that.
I disagree. Even for some
there is. It's just the slope isn't as steep as people make it out to be. The slope is not nearly as steep as people make it out to be as far as the benefits of going between 140 to 240. Obviously, pretty much anyone that plays first-person shooters can notice 60 to 120. But 120 to 240, even for me, was noticeable. It wasn't as big. It was definitely still noticeable. So I suspect the same will be
Something as
with
simple as
this.
browsing the
And it has a
web or
really good panel.
navigating through Windows.
Everything it
540
needs.
Hz is significantly smoother, and any action you take or input from your mouse feels near instantaneous in a way that becomes crystal clear when returning back to the much slower world of 144 Hz. I also think it's quite a noticeable upgrade over
120.
240 Hz. The refresh rate here
The
is
reason people talk a lot about 144 was because it's basically where second generation or even like V1.2, I guess you could say, of monitors started popping up. That's when things really started taking off in high refresh rate era with the VG248Q. I want to say VG248 QE, which is probably a throwback to it, name-wise.
and doubled, which leads to a corresponding improvement to latency. Obviously, less of a gain than from 144 Hz, but when comparing 540 Hz to 240 Hz, I think the weaknesses in 240 Hz become more apparent than when that refresh rate first debuted. The only real way to describe it is that 240 Hz feels slower to use than 540 Hz, though it's probably not enough of a benefit to justify the astronomical price increase to access 540 Hz. The PG248QP uses a similar design to previous ASUS ROG monitors of this size, especially for the display section. Most of the outer surfaces are a simple grey plastic, and while it's quite well put together, the overall build quality is not quite where it needs to be.
Be made of metal. If that's the price, guys, the whole thing should be made of brushed metal, like brushed aluminum.
The design is very gamery, and it uses an RGB LED illuminated
Why?
ROG logo.
$900 and they can't design a brushed aluminum enclosure? Fuck off, ASUS.
Better and more useful LED integrations into
Why?
premium
Like,
monitors.
that's where you start talking about, like, they literally, like, if you look at the specs for this thing, they literally threw the kitchen sink at it. They threw everything at it, including as a built-in, like, 384 kilobit DAC. Like for people, like, people are going to plug their headphones into the monitor, like, as a sound card. Yeah. They threw the kitchen sink at it, but they couldn't be bothered to make it out of, like, really, like, there's better plastic, too. Really nice plastic or really nice metal. And they didn't do either of them at $900.
Between a wider setup and a more closed setup. The thinking here is that esports gamers often like to use some pretty unconventional keyboard and mouse positions, so having this level of adjustability caters
I mean,
to
that's
many
just the
different
new
types
thing.
of gamer. It's a smooth
Like the
and
kids that like
straightforward
changing their
transition
crosshair.
between
It's
two
the same
positions,
shit.
and you can set any position between the two maximums as well. What was good to see is this unique base design doesn't compromise on the stability of the monitor. It's a rock-solid build that also includes full ergonomic adjustability.
Oh my god,
for the
he's
display
tapping a
itself.
$900
All
monitor.
Height, tilt, swivel, and pivot is included here. However,
just-
as it uses a G-Sync hardware module, it does include active cooling with a slow-spinning fan that's audible at close range. You might be able to hear it in a dead quiet room, but I found it very difficult to hear over my PC.
These sync modules actually get pretty hot.
Normal operation.
Most of the time, they don't even bother with the
News is
fan.
that the fan didn't ramp up and down aggressively during my time testing it. It's those changes in speed and volume.
By the way,
that are
with the
most
size of the
noticeable
monitor, you
and
could put a
most
really
annoying.
big fan
This
on it and no
is
one would
just
ever
a
hear it.
constant low speed that's near inaudible, so it's basically a non-issue.
Get 200 millimeter or
Module
something.
Continues to have limited connectivity options, packing one DisplayPort 1.4 with DSC and two HDMI 2.0 ports, as well as a 2-port USB hub. The DisplayPort is fine, but the use of HDMI 2.0 on an expensive 540Hz display is not good enough, as it limits those ports to just 240Hz, less than half of the maximum.
Shit.
I suspect most people will be hooking up over DisplayPort, but
There-
still, it's really about...
There are 100% going to be people that plug it into the HDMI and think they should get full refresh rate and realize they don't. I don't know why. Like, obviously cost cutting, but Asus could have done better. It's $900.
The G-Sync module is updated to support HDMI 2.1 so that all ports are full refresh rate ports. The OSD is controlled through a directional toggle and includes a strong feature set, including many gaming-specific features like crosshairs, timers, a shadow boosting mode, and so on. Interesting that a monitor targeting professional gamers includes crosshair support. Is that considered cheating? If you're a pro gamer, let me know in the comments below. Anyway, in addition to that, we get the reflex...
I mean, kind of is, but I guarantee you, I mean, they're fucking popping Adderall and think it's just a little extra boost.
Analyzer, which if you're using
Or
a
cheating
VTQ,
themselves.
can be used to assess total system latency, a handy inclusion for optimizing your setup to minimize latency that doesn't require external latency measuring hardware and produces more accurate results than PC side latency tools. Time to look at response time performance, and the PG248QP includes 4 overdrive settings, the first of which is off, which looks like this. Actually quite a good result for no overdrive. This would beat most other monitors with overdrive enabled. But for 540Hz gaming, I think most people will want to use the normal mode at a minimum. And this is what the normal mode looks like. It's incredibly fast. With just a 1.8 millisecond average response time and next to no overshoot, The PG248QP is highly suited to playing at 540Hz with refresh compliance at 86%. Often the concern with these super high refresh rate monitors is that the transition speed isn't fast enough to keep up with the refresh rate, but that absolutely isn't the case.
Or over the
here,
course
even with our
of different
relatively strict
different color coverage, which is the case with IPS panels. Despite the fact that sometimes they're fast enough to keep up with the refresh rate, like 360, they aren't always, and not across the board.
measurement criteria. This leads to very low cumulative deviation for an LCD. There are two other modes available. One is esports, which slightly improves the average response to 1.6 milliseconds, but also slightly increases overshoot. Visually, this mode isn't all that different to normal, and the cumulative deviation numbers are close. Then we have the extreme mode, which pushes up to 1.2 milliseconds on average, but does so at a much higher level of overshoot, so I wouldn't recommend using this mode. What's great to see is that the normal mode, which I believe is ideal for 540Hz gaming, is also excellent across the entire refresh rate range thanks to variable overdrive. There's really no refresh rate where this display performs poorly. At 360Hz it comes in at 1.9 milliseconds, 240Hz 2.3 milliseconds, 144Hz 2.5 milliseconds, and 60Hz 2.5 milliseconds as well, with basically no overshoot at any point. Overdrive isn't quite as aggressive at these lower refresh rates, which is why we go from 1.8 milliseconds down to 2.5 milliseconds at the lower parts of the range, but either way, this is excellent performance that gives us an elite tier single overdrive mode experience. Compared to other monitors, the PG248QP is the fastest LCD that I've tested to this point. It's 0.5 milliseconds.
Those OLEDs look so tasty, guys, but you have to realize there's burn-in. The burn-in is a boogeyman, and it will bite you. It doesn't matter whether or not you think it's there or not.
Seconds faster than the PG27AQN at its highest refresh rate, and over 50% faster than the XL2566K at a lower level of overshoot, confirming ASUS claims about an approximately 50% more responsive experience than traditional TN panels. And these are some of the fastest monitors going around. Relative to a more standard 240Hz IPS, to even some older TN displays, the PG248QP is over twice as fast in both refresh rate and response time. However, overall, OLEDs are still faster, holding about a 6 times advantage, though no OLED is available at 540Hz. Average performance is
Weirdly
also
enough,
very good from this.
For some
ASUS
strange
monitor.
reason,
Again,
OLEDs have lagged behind IPS and TN panels in terms of refresh rate. I don't know why. They're like custom building the modules for it, and they're like one generation behind, and it takes forever. It takes forever to catch up.
confirming its position as the fastest LCD that I've tested. It's 33% faster on average than the PG27AQN and achieves this at a lower level of overshoot, which is extremely impressive and shows that TN still has a place in the market for extreme speed. It's also a clear step ahead of the BenQ XL2566K, which is expected from a newer generation of panel, but perhaps not to this degree, and pretty much anything that's not 360Hz or above has no hope of competing outside of OLEDs. Average cumulative deviation also shows the strength of the PG248QP and its strong combination of speed and lack of overshoot. We're still seeing a 31% gap between the PG248QP and PG27AQN and a 50% advantage over the XL2566K. Even at the exact same 360Hz refresh rate comparing best versus best overdrive settings, the PG248QP produced a 39% better cumulative deviation result than the XL2566K, and combined with the PG248QP's better tuning at lower refresh rates, we see a quite sizable overall win to the ASUS model. However, we are still a fair way off from LCDs matching OLEDs. A typical OLED...
I mean, OLEDs are just going to get better and better, right? But the monster in the closet here, guys, is burning, and that's something they can't really deal with very easily or get around. You really need to have a dual panel setup where you just use it for games if you want to use an OLED, and I'm still considering it, but there's no stand that allows you to swap it out.
Over the fastest LCD.
Maybe that's changed the last 6 months, but I don't think so.
At a lower refresh rate can match an LCD at a higher refresh rate in motion clarity. They can't close the gap between 240Hz and 540Hz though, despite their speed. I don't think 120Hz gaming is the target market for this monitor, but the PG248QP performs well there regardless. This is also a great monitor for 60Hz gaming if you happen to need this level of speed at a low refresh rate. One of the big selling points to the PG248QP in addition to the 540Hz refresh rate is support for backlight strobing through NVIDIA ULMB2. Integration into this monitor
That's a
is
big
a
one.
little more compatible than with the PG27AQN, as it does work with both AMD and NVIDIA GPUs, on NVIDIA GPUs at multiple refresh rates, and on AMD GPUs at 540Hz. This is because, as I said earlier, enabling 540Hz on an AMD GPU stops adaptive sync from working, and ULMB2 requires adaptive sync to be disabled for it to function at all. So there's a small amount of good news there for AMD gamers that want to pair this display with their GPU. For NVIDIA GPU owners, there's greater compatibility and support for multiple refresh rates, although you'll still need to use ULMB2 at fixed refresh rates, and there's a surprisingly limited range of choices. ULMB2 only works down to 360Hz.
Aren't virgin fingers, you can see where they've been touched, guys. Oh no.
In comparison to the PG27AQN that supported it down to 144Hz. BenQ's XL2566K with DIAC Plus works down to 100Hz. So if you wanted to utilize the middle part of the refresh range and backlight strobing simultaneously, say your game doesn't run at 500 FPS on your GPU, then you'd be much better off with the XL2566K instead. When you can enable it, the motion clarity provided by the PG248QP and ULMB2 is superior to that of the BenQ XL2566K using DIAC Plus both at their maximum refresh rate, 540Hz and 360Hz respectively. The PG248QP has slightly less strobe crosstalk and a slightly clearer image, although both are great. When turning the PG248QP down to 360Hz to get a matched refresh rate comparison, the gap narrows between the two models, but I'd still give the overall edge in clarity to the PG248QP. It really does have excellent motion clarity that would have to be the best that I've seen. Anything below this refresh rate, the BenQ wins by default, as it actually supports strobing at those refreshes. But the benefit of the PG248QP extends beyond backlight strobing, as the non-strobed 540Hz image is also incredibly impressive in terms of clarity. Comparing
When you can actually read text scrolling across your screen really fast, that's where, like, you might think, oh, like, text doesn't really matter. It's like a hallmark sign of, like, a really good monitor is when you can read the text.
540Hz image here to 360Hz, whether from the XL2566K or the PG248QP turned down to 360Hz, the 540Hz image is noticeably sharper and less blurry. The text, for example, while not crystal clear, is more readable on the 540Hz image. Compared to 240Hz, the difference in blurriness is very obvious in favor of 540Hz. The ULMB2 implementation also supports different strobe timing and lengths, so you can adjust the position of best clarity and the overall clarity, although honestly the difference between 100 and 10 for clarity is very hard to spot. Using the default strobe timing, the middle section was clearest and the bottom was slightly blurrier, although the range to which you get good clarity is generally excellent. Now, a non-strobed 540Hz image does look great, but it can't beat a strobed 360Hz image, so the best image quality will always be found with 540Hz and strobing used at the same time. But the higher refresh rate option is more flexible, as you can choose to use strobing at a fixed refresh or get the still excellent clarity on offer at a variable refresh near 540Hz. Opting to not use strobing could be the better choice if you can't consistently hit 500 FPS, as strobing only really works well when the refresh rate and frame rate are matched.
Disagree.
Input latency with the PG248QP is
Theoretically, there's a lot of
1 millisecond.
theoretical ideas that get floated around for hardware, and refresh rates, FPS, and response times. They all matter. They all fucking matter, and including things like refresh blanking in the background, which you was just talking about with ULMB. It all matters, and obviously things are less optimal, but that doesn't mean they don't work or they're bad.
Processing delay in conjunction with a super high refresh rate and fast response times. This gives the PG248QP excellent responsiveness, along with an overall low latency experience, matching the fastest OLEDs, which gain an advantage due to their elite response times. We're talking about less than 5 milliseconds of total latency, which is incredibly good. Power consumption, it's nothing amazing at 36 watts, which is mostly attributable to the G-Sync module, which is not very efficient. It uses around 12 watts more than the BenQ XL2566,
This really matters.
but less than the PG27AQN as an example. For color quality, you might be surprised to discover this panel is wide
Actually really
gamut,
good.
supporting 95% coverage of DCI-P3 and an overall 70% coverage of Rec 2020. This isn't the widest
TN.
gamut. It's pretty much the minimum sort of coverage needed for a proper wide gamut experience, but it does provide one where the XL2566K and several other 1080p monitors
Plus is
do not.
TN.
Factory color performance is decent. Grayscale Delta E's could be a little tighter, but overall pretty reasonable. While
Fitting up with
saturation and
IPS
color
panels
results
in
are
terms of
excellent,
color.
as the monitor uses sRGB gamut emulation for SDR content by default. This prevents oversaturation from the factory, so generally the image quality is pretty accurate compared to most other gaming monitors. And you'll see that in these charts. The PG248QP is above average for grayscale from the factory and one of the best monitors for color checker. So despite offering a TN panel and being primarily geared towards esports gamers, ASUS are still ensuring the visual experience is decent from the factory.
AUO is ensuring a great visual experience. ASUS can only do so much with trying to make the panel look good after it's produced. AUO was the ones that made the panel and are doing apparently a really good job with it.
This monitor also offers full control over white balance and other settings in the sRGB mode, and allows you to switch between sRGB and white
TN
balance
panels aren't
using
dead,
proxy
guys.
settings. This allowed me to tighten up performance slightly using hardware controls. However, for the best experience, you'll need to perform a full software calibration. I used CalMan for this, and the results were pretty good, as the panel has full coverage of sRGB and was generally well calibrated from the factory. I wouldn't recommend it for color accurate wide gamut work, but even for the occasional bit of wide gamut viewing, it isn't terrible. Brightness is very good at 420 nits after calibration, which is in the ballpark of most other 1080p monitors, though notably better than the XL2566K. With backlight strobing enabled, you'll get just over 300 nits with the longest pulse width, and around 30 nits at the shortest pulse, and 150 nits with the middle 50 setting. The XL2566K does 330 nits strobed, so either way there is enough brightness here, whether strobed or not strobed. Minimum brightness of 41 nits is pretty good as well. Contrast is surprisingly good from this TN monitor. My unit hit 1376.
Closest TN panel, it's about 30% less.
Than the BenQ monitor we've been comparing it to, and it's
20%,
25% from a non-VA LCD panel. Black levels aren't especially dark, and of course to get this result you'll need to view the panel dead on, but you won't be getting a contrast disadvantage just because it's a TN monitor. The biggest downside to image quality from this panel are the viewing angles, which are horrible. You really have to view this display dead on to get a good experience.
Not really a big deal. Like how often, maybe if you use your monitor for people watching movies with you, right?
Gamma and brightness shift, leading to a really washed out image. Colors are also
how often do you sit in front of a computer and look at your monitor from a side angle?
The TN panel can look very bad.
Viewing angles only really matter in a mobile setting. So, phones or laptops, right? That matters a lot. In terms of a desktop computer, matter zero unless you literally strap it to a wall and you like can't move it at all. Like, but you aren't going to use such a panel for a scenario like that's like a TV, right?
So to an IPS or other type of LCD, as you can view an IPS from a slightly off axis angle and still get a great experience, whereas a TN looks comparatively terrible under the same circumstances. So make sure your setup is optimized where you are viewing the panel exactly in that very narrow viewing angle sweet spot. Outside of viewing angle issues, uniformity is reasonable, certainly good enough for gaming, and when viewed optimally, you shouldn't see too much backlight bleed. Final section of this review is the Hub Essentials checklist. ASUS generally advertised this monitor pretty well, although including HDMI 2.0 instead
that's a boo-boo. I don't know why they did that.
Performance specs are pretty good, although advertising a 0.2 millisecond response time is a bit misleading, despite this being a very fast panel, as on average the display is more like 2 milliseconds.
It's like theoretical.
Backlight strobing support below 360 Hz also lets it down. ASUS also bizarrely advertised this as being HDR capable with display HDR 400 support, even though I don't think any esports gamer buying this panel would actually care about HDR at all. It really doesn't support.
I think my current panel supports HDR. I'd never turn it on. Unless you have a proper HDR panel, it like just makes everything worse. HDR 400 is terrible.
However, I didn't spot any issues or defects with the panel, as generally the panel quality is quite good. Overall, the ASUS ROG Swift Pro PG248QP is one of those monitors that really impresses me due to one specific aspect, and that's its motion clarity. This is the first 540Hz display that I've used, and let me tell you, 540Hz is a joy both in...
There's an Alienware one, and apparently it's pretty terrible.
This monitor is remarkably clear when gaming at its highest refresh rate, and I continue to be surprised every time I test out a new, even higher refresh rate at how much impact going higher can have. A lot of people would say that we're in diminishing returns territory here, but I'm not so sure.
It is diminishing returns. It's just not a,
60 Hz were
you know,
noticeable
it's not one of those.
and even more
It's more of like a
compared to 240 Hz, which many people would say is a very high refresh rate today. On top of having a very high refresh rate, the PG248QP has the fastest response times I've measured on an LCD panel. It's quite a bit faster than prior leaders in this category like the BenQ XL2566K, and it offers an excellent, fast, low overshoot experience at all refresh rates. It's plenty fast enough to handle 540 Hz, it's elite at lower refresh rates, and it has low input latency as well. Only OLED panels are faster right now, and while there is a bit of a gap to bridge there in response times, current OLEDs max out at 240 Hz and you simply get better motion clarity from a 540 Hz LCD. ASUS complements this with ULMB2, which on this 540 Hz panel delivers the best motion clarity I've seen, meaning the PG248QP takes the crown for both strobed and non-strobed clarity. This feature is let down a little by not supporting lower refresh rates like 240 Hz or 144 Hz, but I suspect anyone buying this sort of display will be doing so with the goal of playing at or above 500 FPS, which, yes, is possible in some multiplayer games, provided you have powerful PC.
That price tag, that's a doozy. I thought it was going to be like $700, maybe $600, $900 is pretty insane.
Wide gamut support and great factory calibration.
Probably will drop down in price once other 500 Hz monitors hit the market. Mainly, I think Acer has one coming up, but I think that's still a couple months out.
Dead on in the very small sweet spot, you're likely to experience a more washed out image, so it's hard to recommend it for anything other than its speed and motion performance. While the image clarity here was certainly impressive, to me the PG248QP is more of a tech demo and look towards the future of display technologies, because at $900 US it's basically impossible to recommend to the average gamer. Even for someone after a premium esports monitor with plenty of cash to spend, it's hard to justify $900 on this. That is a very, very high price to pay and ultimately consigns it to a niche offering. I do think it's better than the BenQ XL2566K, but the BenQ is only $600 US, itself a very
Don't mention it, but the monster, the elephant in the room here, the monster in the closet for OLEDs is burning. It doesn't, the response time, sure, you know, refresh rate, sure, you know, half the refresh rate. I heard, you know, like people talk about on forums, I read about up on OLEDs, you know, I was thinking about buying one instead of waiting for this. Yeah, people are talking about how it feels different, which I'm sure it does because it's response time you're looking at rather than refresh rate, and they do feel different depending on how you look at it. Same thing with FPS. You can feel the difference. FPS obviously comes through with response times or responsiveness of your input, and that's noticeable as well, right? They talk about the differences, but, like, I don't know. I'd like, $900 is a shitload of money. We're looking at the PG248QP. And an OLED, even if you're like, yeah, the OLEDs, I'm never going back to a normal monitor ever again, OLEDs are fucking, like, they burn in. They have a limited life expectancy. The only way you could possibly deal with an OLED monitor is if you had a double stand that moves the monitor out of the way whenever you're not playing games. Whenever you're not playing games, you have to turn it off. And you could do it for sure, but no one's used to actually, and maybe even a pass-through. That's actually where you should have a pass-through in the monitor. Like, the monitor should pass through a signal to another monitor, so it'd make it easier to daisy-chain them, right? And I don't think any of the OLED monitors are actually set up for that. But that's actually the optimal solution right now until OLEDs get it figured out, is having an OLED monitor where you can just move it out of the way whenever you want to go to normal, basically everyday to day use. Just move it up, right? And just if you can imagine just going whoop like that, right? And then you have another monitor that just pops out from below it. You could 100% do that with a stand. You could design a stand that does it. There are no stands that do that right now. And most monitors have Visa mounts on them too. You could 100% do that, and they just don't. Yeah, just the monster in the room here, guys. What he doesn't even really mention is burn it. That is it. And you have people already talking about, but they thought they weren't going to get burn in, and they already have burn in like a year later. It's going to happen. Anytime you have UE elements that don't move, like your fucking taskbar over there, it's going to eventually burn in.
In my opinion, the PG248QP should be priced no more than where the XL25.
Oh my god, it's a coat hanger.
Today, with the BenQ offering shuffling down.
That's for cables.
That probably tempt a portion of the esports crowd to consider it.
I really was waiting for this, guys.
Enjoy this look into what will come in the future, but perhaps wait for that future to arrive rather than jumping.
I'm not gonna go and buy it right now
Anyway,
because
that's it for this look at this
I'm in my
Asus
single player
540
phase right now of my
monitor.
life,
Certainly, if
of
this
my
sort of
streaming
technology
career. So
comes to say 1440p
Yeah.
IPS panels or even OLED monitors,
and
then
I'd want
would
an
definitely
OLED. I have an
need
OLED
to
TV. It's
upgrade my
pretty
monitor to
fantastic.
540 hertz simply
I
because
would
games
never
and
use it
refresh
for
rate
watching
is
CNN or
excellent.
something.
But for now, I think some of those downsides to the TN panel means that I probably won't be considering it, and of course the price as well. If you are interested in
Like, the
this
price
monitor or
is-
any of the others that we've
that's
talked about in this review, we do have
Pretty
links to
out there.
those
And he
in the
didn't mention there's
description,
another
so check
500
those
hertz
out
monitor
down
coming
below.
out, which is
And
the
also, you
Acer
can
one, I
support us
believe.
directly there via our Patreon or Floatplane links.
Announced earlier this
And
year.
there you get access to some cool benefits, Discord community, monthly live streams, ICC profiles, lots of good stuff there. So thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Acer 500 hertz panel. Acer. There it is. Watch out, Asus. Alienware has an IPS. It's like a jerry-rigged 500 hertz to be first to market, and it sucks. Wait, did he review this? AUO panel. That's the big one right here. The panels, monitor brand does matter. Asus, for instance, they'll do it differently. They have different QA procedure. They have different firmware. The monitor itself will change. However, what really matters is the panel. That's the panel itself, right? That's the actual thing that the shell encompasses. What it's built around. $700 for the Acer panel. Cross post. Yes, it is. Apparently I don't cross-post, but same content. Different viewership. Different engagement. Acer XF, yeah. No reviews on it, so it's not out yet. Yep. Good. Well, I don't know, guys. I was on board with this modder till I heard the fucking eye-watering price tag, $900. Now it's even $700. It's hard for me to justify, and I was probably going to do it if it was $700, but it's up there, and I really don't want to. I don't want to get another Acer modder, even though it's an option. I guess I can wait for reviews from it, but for the time being, oof. That's. I mean, it's cream of the crop, but very expensive. We're definitely. I'm not going to take a look at this. We'll take a look at this tomorrow. I want to make a highlight here, guys, which we're going to do. We're waiting for my video to process. Yesterday, where we covered UAPs. Edit it now. Let's take a real quick look at a critical drinker, though. Actually, no. We spent that was an hour. That was a fast hour, guys. We're gonna edit my video here, and then we're gonna move on to we're gonna use Skylines tonight again because I figured out how to make mega roundabouts, and I am perfectly happy with that. Here, we're gonna edit this. Figuring out how to use the YouTube editor, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out. Alright, so let's figure out whether or not this actually was edited. I think it was, because it appears shorter. Not know if this actually clipped it or if it's just a repeat, like just a straight copy of my other video. I think it properly copied it out and cut it. Not. Fuck. Everything but. Why? What? So it removed part that I have set to trim. Why? Why would it save this? I made a new video, but apparently I saved as new? Fucking YouTube, the fuck is going on here? I'd expect one of two things here to happen. It would save this as a new video, or it just save the whole copy as a video. And it apparently did. Oh my god, YouTube. Oh, let me write down the timestamps, revert the video. Try it again, I guess. 16, 32, 59, 9, 22, 45. That's a something. Well, I can't wait to get my new laptop back. My current laptop is so slow. It's like a laptop from like 2017 or something, 16. Oh my god. Prior to them, like, increasing core count exponentially, which is hugely helpful. Oh my god. For multitasking, oh my god, more cores. Oh, geez, my new laptop is 8 cores. This is 4. Can instantly tell the difference. Putting aside their slower cores. Different era. Different era of multitasking. Okay, so whatever this is, I don't understand this. It saved the video without the piece that I already have kind of trimmed, but I didn't click save, and I guess I think it thinks I saved. Discard. Revert to original. Right, whatever's going on here. I'll have to check back later, I guess. While YouTube is fuckering itself. That's a weird one. So I didn't actually just save a new copy because I thought I could just save changes then save a new copy. So, whoopsie, my bad. It's really ridiculous how easy saving highlights is on Twitch. I took it for granted, guys. I thought that was an easy to come by feature. YouTube has 3 things. You can clip it, which is only 30 seconds and within a certain time frame, much like Twitch. You can save a highlight, but only so far back, so that doesn't help me, and it's only when the channel's live, which doesn't help me, and it's very, very hard to dial in. It has usability issues. The other one is use the editor, but the editor, as you're seeing right now, has some issues too. Oh my god. How hard is it to literally just make something where I can take out a piece of footage and turn it into a highlight? Apparently pretty difficult, guys, so I don't know. Alright, I guess we're just going to get right into cities. We're doing more cities tonight, guys. Whatever, well, YouTube fuckers itself right now. Why not even let me save an extra copy, and my copy is the copy that I have, and you can't save more than 1 copy to prevent spam or some stupid shit, I don't know. Making my life difficult. And before I have to use a tool to download my actual footage from Facebook again, and then like put it together, then I'll re-upload it, edit it locally, and re-upload it to YouTube. Alright. So we figured out yesterday, we were going to play Starfield tonight, and then I figured out how to make mega roundabouts, so. We're going to be doing some Skylines tonight. Hey, tomorrow we'll do... Starfield. Get all the wood hauling. Going to haul some wood. I want to see. So, first installation of a mega roundabout, guys, is here. Look at this. This used to be backed up all the way back here. Now look at it. Mega roundabout is making the world happen. I don't know what the fuck that guy's doing. Oh, fuck yeah. We may have to... one of 2 things here. We've went through a couple revisions here. Is 1, we may need to go to 7 lanes. 2 is the speed. So this is a high-speed roundabout. This is a highway roundabout, right? It's level 70 or 70 mile per hour. Even if we use one that makes them slow down, it might not actually be a bad thing. We'll have to wait and see. If they get backed up. The slow speed 7 lane roundabout worked really well. And that's our V1. Now we're trying to min-max and see if we can get some highway speed out of it. Generally looks pretty promising, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. We're starting to get a line here. Right. like my office demand. That old school industry, they can go into the nether regions. Back, I say. Why? Say why. They're just abandoned. We had a stint here where I had no electricity, and we're trying to figure it out. I still don't know what went wrong with that. Abandoned, no reason why. You guys have problems with trash, I don't know how to fix that. First step is to slow it down, and then go to a 7-lane. There's some weird contention issues with cars moving too fast with start and stopping, as you guys are seeing. But when they move slower, it's more flow. It flows better, so. Okay. We have a couple places where we could really use mega roundabouts. Guys have a lot of issues getting in the lane, the side lane over here. Five banger. Be able to use this tool and move the road. Very confused. The fuck's going on there? Trolley was a huge mistake. I'm actually... Like, we might just go through and remove the whole trolley. Might just cut the trolley out. Trolley was a really bad idea. There's a car that's just not moving somewhere. I know there is. Sometimes this happens where a car just gets, like, the pathfinding gets fuckered and they just don't move. I think it's right here. Guy right here. Or it's actually this guy. You should 100% just be able to delete people. This guy. This motorcycle fucked everything. Look at this. It's this motorcycle. It's purely this motorcycle. Right here. Look at this guy. Occupation retired. Senior educated. What is he doing? Claris Sweets. That's a something. I think he needed to turn left and he couldn't or something? I don't know. That is pretty incredible, to be perfectly honest. Definitely thinking about getting rid of the trolleys. They don't really... No one uses them. And they take up space on the streets. Another place that could use a mega roundabout. Pretty big intersection. Not big enough, guys. Okay. So this looks like it's back. Yeah, that's already starting to back up. So let's downgrade from the highway speeds now. Seems like highway speeds are issues. 5-lane road first, which guys. Crosswalks? All the lights. How much better it moves. Simply by lowering the speed. You could also do this if you could change the speed limits, but for some reason they don't allow you to change the speed limits. I think there's a certain amount of buffer distance vehicles need to be when there's like intersection changes and the highway speed's too much. Potentially we could fix it if we just made it bigger too, like expanded the width, but this does the same thing. There's no reason to do that, right? Gonna take a little bit for this I mean, you can already see it alleviating itself, so. Much better. Like, the small roundabouts kind of work, but when they get too big, then you have to do it manually, apparently. Here. Currently looks like a 2-lane. You can see, like, there's 2 crossover lanes, so like a 3 or a 4-lane.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
Probably be just the same size, to be perfectly honest. Maybe even smaller.
Try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a
probably do a 4-lane
service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour.
Ours is backed up, almost out of the street. Then we got the highway roundabout. That probably need to fix that.
Que bon, as they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi shall be our guide.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast.
Roundabout logic needs,
Down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait now.
get like
and
one
grab
apprehensive
that
vehicle. I mean, maybe this is the way it
about
works in real life too. You get one
Besides, if
apprehensive
I did
vehicle
that,
and then it just
I'd
ruins
never get
everything.
anywhere.
For our feature story, we're on the street.
Not even like
Kim
a-
this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm
Not even a
smelling.
big deal, guys.
I have to say,
Not even a
it
big
just
deal.
plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long.
For education.
Food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of.
And we're at capacity again for elementary schools, which is pretty terrible. Oh, let's just go put it next to the other elementary school that's already here.
You heard it here, folks. We're not
Oh,
doomed.
it burned down.
It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
Burned down, guys. That's why it doesn't exist anymore, is because it burned down. Police station burned down. Okay. There's a little bit more of a better indicator for this stuff, but, you know, whatever. I have to go to 7 lanes. Backed up a decent ways. This might still be leftovers from earlier. You guys are waiting for these guys. Wait, we'll give that a sec. See if it's... it might be just hopping on... I don't know if you need to bulldoze abandoned buildings. I don't think so. I think they automatically just turn back into normal buildings. Like SimCity. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's see. Even be the 5-lane non-highway speed actually made it worse? I don't. And obviously this is a bottleneck here. We might even be able to make this better if we just made this into a, not even a highway, just guy, and then they'll merge on their own, but it allows more turn lanes. Sometimes allows more turn lanes. You have to finagle it to get those turn lanes. Dodge it. Okay. We do not want them to turn. Okay. Sometimes it fixes things, sometimes it doesn't. Obviously, less than optimal scenario here. Once again, seems like maybe we could have a mega roundabout here. We have to finish ironing this guy out, though. Go backed up. Five lane. That's not what we want to do. It actually kind of looks so like it starts out good, and then this. I think this is actually better than the 5-lane slow one. Let that go for a little bit. Maybe I jumped the gun. Down. Okay. Just changing roads usually, like there's a loss of collision and they can clip a little bit, and it usually fixes traffic even though it's not actually fixed. Ah, at least there's an accident there. Oh, it's on fire now. Deleted the truck and started the trailer on fire. Good. Uh-huh. We had some weird electricity issues yesterday. Let's see if they've alleviated themselves. We're sad you deleted our homes. Yeah, I did. They need a mega school, guys. There's no mega schools. Elementary school spam is super hardcore. Not backed up onto the highway anymore. Yeah, maybe one too soon. I think it really just starts backing up when these guys start backing up from this side and try to go around the bend and they can't. Fast. Guys not even having a problem, guys. Kind of figured this one out. We had a 3-lane into it, and then we expanded to a 5-lane, which added more lanes to the roundabout. It's very difficult, like if you aren't manually creating, it's very difficult to get the right number of lanes you want. But generally, more lanes are better. Even though we have an 8-lane going in here, it wasn't giving us 8 lanes, it was only giving us 4. In a turn. All gone. That might have been rush hour traffic or something, though. Bad. That bypass, the roundabout with the bypass, pretty good. Pretty good.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
We're live. Reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Fuck with the pipes.
Road maintenance services
In there.
have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business.
Ah, splitting the atom.
Thanks.
Science.
We'll be back after this.
Modern science, the pinnacle of evolution and science. Vehicles. I'm happy without. I think our tram, there should be a button to detonate our tram, and I'd push it. Oh, that one did just turn into it burned down, but then it actually, someone bought it. I think you need to destroy burned down buildings, but Awesome. That are there on more than one occasion? Issue with garbage collection, despite having ample processing, it doesn't matter. For some strange reason, the incinerators do not send out vehicles properly. That's all we want to see. And now our garbage dumps are full. Despite us having ample capacity for burning trash, our dumps are full. Let's see. You mixed, huh? Oh, lucky for you guys. You don't need to worry about high rent anymore. Ha! Oh. That's on fire. It's garbage indicators, so once the dump got full, we now have issues with indicators. It looks like recycling kind of works properly, though. At least there's trucks out collecting, so maybe we should build another recycling plant. Industrial waste, I think this works properly, it's just it only collects from industrial sites and maybe commercial. Office, not commercial. Office. For some strange reason, our incinerators do not send out trucks. This one does. These do not. You have to Google this, guys. It's because the road's not connected, forehead. Old posts. Filter tools. Last month. Last week. After building 2. Oh my god, Edwin, good morning. Why weren't you here earlier? I've been streaming for hours now. After building 2 additional recycle centers, I noticed the number of trucks sent by the incinerators dropped significantly. Seems there is a max number of overall active vehicles depending on the city size. I don't think so. When I turned off the garbage dumps, When I turned off the garbage dumps, they didn't send out more vehicles. Try another recycling center. Okay. Turned you early? You're just here too late. I don't know what to tell you. We have a seemingly large number of buildings that are burning down. So, yeah. Tell you the number of buildings that burned down per day. Some there, some there. I think we're gonna put in the big fire station, I guess, and assume it's better than the small fire station. I don't know if parking even matters. It might. Firefighter Helicopter Depot. And a normal fire station? 4 out of 8 dispatched. Stuff burning down. Yeah, we can. That would obviously, a helicopter is an answer to all the problems at the expense of being more expensive. $5,000 a month. Does it not come with helicopters? Houses 5 helicopters. Back to that. There. Oh my god, our post office is working properly! Holy shit! No way. No way. Sorting facility is sorting. No way. Since when does it actually work? 13 out of 30. Hey, there is max number of trucks. Because it looks like we went from like 71 to 62. That would be a shame. Half the things you do in this game depend on how many trucks you have available. Like, upgrades. Coverage. Ah. How's this guy working? It looks like it finally backed up, guys. The toilet is overflowing. Let's go to 7-banger. Let's remove these guys. We don't want them stopping for nothing. There's no stopping here. Pedestrians, you're fucked if you think this is gonna stop. lights. Just smooth motion. A bit bigger and a little bit lopsided. That'll happen. We've had a couple reduxes here, so. They always get in. They have to get into the turn lane. They can't fill up the other lanes unless they're doing something really. Entry and exit lanes matter a lot. That wasn't even that bad. Like, if you look at this, they were only backed up inside of the roundabout itself, right? They weren't even backed up in the highway. I might have preempted that again. I might have prematurely... Uh-oh. Oh, no! No! Might have prematurely upgraded my lanes there, guys. We need more hearses again.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a
For some strange reason, we need a shitload of crematoriums.
Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a
Dying
few minutes
very fast.
to elaborate on the formal structure of these frontal work. For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement. Anti-pasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business?
Did I need them?
Kim?
Good
Were they just
question,
waiting for
Glenda.
existing vehicles to
I'm
get
standing
there?
outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's
Maybe there's a
mind,
global capacity
how
to
did it come
vehicles.
to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break.
Our story this hour, Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid
Vehicles
off.
in use,
The
0 out of
industrial sector is
40.
on the verge
Oh, it's
of
full.
collapse. And worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always got to
Huh.
watch out for crime. Not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more.
I mean, it's kind of cool watching roundabouts, sure. You don't think it's cool watching roundabouts and traffic flow and maximizing your traffic flow? It's very cathartic. Maybe you need more roundabouts in your life. Weird from someone from Europe that you don't understand the power of the roundabout, you know? Only you knew how powerful roundabouts truly are. Haven't quite gotten to the point of considering putting one in to replace our interchange here, but I think we might. If only you knew the true power of the roundabout. Great for AI driving cars, not so much for actual people. Personal opinion on that. Some places they work, like a four-way stop, definitely could straight up replace it with the roundabout. Assuming there's enough space. Since four-way stop should probably be yield signs anyways. sky isn't big enough. That's what she said. That made things worse. It made things worse, guys. Big chokehold here is this 4-lane highway, and as I mentioned before, putting in like more entryways probably would even help, so there's more turn lanes. Maybe lights would help this. Like right here. Put lights. That. Prevent contention here. Obviously, it's going to involve some starting and stopping, but this is an experiment, guys. Obviously, I think the big takeaway here is if we actually just made the exit here bigger, so there's more exit lanes, potentially would have turned out better. What is this? What is that? Get out of there. Oh, the road's just magically changed underneath my feet. Yeah, fuck off. It honestly sounds like a you problem. Or maybe I even should have put lights here instead of here. Put them either on the entry, the exit from the highway, or on the exit from the city. Slow rate. Might be the slow lane. Most of the time, guys, lights in this game makes everything worse. Traffic lights in real life, automated traffic lights can be very, very, very useful if they're smart lights and dialed in. This game just making cars wait doesn't seem to always have the desired effect. I didn't want to put lights here. I only want lights here. Not an option, though. Makes me think that this was a bad spot. I want to put it not in the roundabout. I don't want the lights in the roundabout. I want them outside of the roundabout. Who the fuck puts lights in a roundabout? Why is that a thing? I guess because this is a pseudo-roundabout? Yeah. I bet it wouldn't put it in the roundabout on a normal roundabout. Ah. Extra glitching going on there. Looks like the side of the bus is rowing. Uh-huh. And that seems to have made things worse here. Okay. So maybe lights before the restriction instead of the flowing roundabout. There are lights to stop them from turning right. What? Most places you can turn right on red, guys, because it makes sense. You just treat it as a yield sign. Why would it stop them from turning right there? I don't know. Like, if you look at this, this doesn't make sense right here, right? What's going on here? Stop the flow of traffic into another flow of traffic. And I'm sure it doesn't take, like, you can't program them to allow certain directions more. And they aren't smart enough to realize there's more traffic from one way, right? They should be, like, real-life lights. But they don't. Or programmed, whoever set them up programmed that way, right? So it's just giving equal distribution of time between the top lane and the right highway lane. Which makes this absolutely pointless. I'd have to put in a bypass again, which is what we tried to get away from. Like, the roundabout's kind of clear on the top lane, right? But at the expense of that. So, yeah. It keeps this area clear, but once again, it's giving equal distribution between two things that should not. This should have a lot less time than this, right? There shouldn't even be lights here. I don't know why there are lights there. You can't just set it up to go across a certain area. Fuck out of there. Enough of that. Nope, lights are not the answer. Unless the traffic lights become smarter, or you can program them to be smarter. It could even be an upgrade. Traffic lights are pretty stupid in this game. Which is why you'll generally see me, if I ever see an area of contention that's just a four-way crossing, you just put down a roundabout immediately. Because lights suck. I think we're back to our earlier assertion, which is I have to add a bigger exit. 6-lane exit, at the very least. So it turns into 3 of these lanes can exit instead of 2. So if we do this, then we go here, we remove this, and then we go here, and then we do this, and we select the 6th lane. 8, but we're gonna do 6 to start with. Not 6. Really need to massage it to get that 6th lane. Want to do it. Basically need to go like almost like a direct right angle to get 3 lanes out of it. Guess we could just manually make it.
Consider installing a low flush toilet. Cut back on watering the lawn and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor
Can't tell.
road conditions.
Easily tell because
Please
it took
exercise
away
caution
my
if you must drive, and try to stay off the
guides.
streets
I think
until
that's 3.
conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
How delightful!
Pretty sure that's still
Another
2.
letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my
How much you need to
sister
angle that in order to get
love
3 out of it,
you.
guys.
Oh,
And then if I move it back too far, then
y'all got
it causes
clarinets
contention
and
with this
violins,
whole area,
but
right?
that's something most music these days ain't. Let me
4
get this
lanes.
lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself. Let's see here. Y'all got soul.
You have to use 4 lanes to massage out 3 lanes.
Raison d'etre. Delicious. My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys
Yeah.
got more funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit.
The whole thing we needed was the 3 lanes out.
Funk, as they say, is for the lay person. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful hits.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and
All right, let's give that a
good for
shot.
the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after.
And analyze.
For our feature story, we're
Kind of squished it. There used to be more room to change into this intersection. That's because of this guy right here. This useless lane we need to massage out 3 turn lanes.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these
You're
concerned
gross.
citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and... Oh, God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
Like, the weird thing is, this should be like a 3 lane. I don't know why, but this game, for some strange reason, really likes dialing in the roundabouts. So instead of this being 5 lanes all the way around, it's 3 lanes, right? And then you got these 2 lanes that basically do nothing despite this being a 5-lane roundabout. Maybe it's something to do with the AI and the way the traffic works. I'm not exactly sure on that, but... basically this right here. Despite this be a 4-lane coming out of this roundabout, it only gave me 3 lanes. Maybe if I did a 5-lane, it'd give me 4. Yeah, now it'll give me... no. Still will not give me that extra lane. Like, I'll probably have to tear it out and then put it back in. If we can angle it properly. Like, it's kind of fixed up this area a little bit. Weirdly enough, it does not have an arrow on the inside lane. I wonder if that means the inside lane they can't even use it. There's one there. I don't think I've seen anyone drive on the inside lane. That being said, in roundabouts, the inside lane's kind of useless, right? If there's not turning capabilities on it, so, yeah. And they might be moving too fast and it's causing contention. I think one of the things we're going to have to do here is, regardless of this, is I'm going to tear out my tram line and I'm going to put in buses. I think the trams are pretty crappy in this game, so. Yeah. Mainly because you have to set up very, like, maybe they're good if you set up really, really specific metro, but it seems like people don't even use it even when you set it up, so. I want 5-lane entry. Since there is 5 lanes in the roundabout, maybe I want 5 lanes, not 4. You always want the same number of lanes as the roundabout itself. This is completely cleared up, by the way. God, Ludo Square. Yep. Neat. And put it too close to the road. If I ever upgrade the road, it's going to be tight. Density, buildings. I haven't done like any commercial. I've just been doing mixed. Dodging all those hard to reach spots. On 5 lanes? Once again, I think this is too close to this intersection here. Touchy. Yeah, they really do not like this little, like, they will respect the shit out of this, like, this gray area. They do not want to touch that shit. Shame, because they should just drive over the fucking shit. But they don't. Not. Here. There. God, he's going... Oh, shit. This actually made it worse. Maybe going to 5 lanes actually made it worse, because now they try to merge over from the far lane, too. Fuck. Yeah, that might be worse. We might have made things worse here. Good. Reminds you pretty accurately of real life, doesn't it? That one fuck that just drives right along the edge of everyone else and then just merges at the last second? Yeah. Fuck that guy. Trying to give everyone PTSD in game. Turn lane, yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? What is, holy shit. What the fuck are you doing, man? Alright, he just went between 5 different lanes there, guys. Yeah. I don't think this is helping. It's causing them to merge from the innermost lane. Back to 4. Wish I could make these 2 lanes only turn lanes. It looks like they wait sometimes on the right side here. They go into the right side to actually go around the roundabout. Yeah, I think that outside lane was fuckering things. Maybe we should go to a 3 lane. If commercial and industry is actually good. Find out. Generally put commercial around residential, but commercial doesn't necessitate it's convenience, right? Commercial isn't always convenience. So maybe we should move this a little office space here. I don't know why if you put it over here it'd compete with industry though, as it looks like the suitability is kind of shitty. Throws the shit out of that. Bye-bye! Apparently, for some strange reason, it looks like Office doesn't like being around... Commercial? I mean, Commercial doesn't like being around Office? Why? Oh, that turns out... These are all mixed buildings right here. Actually looks worse now. And back to Mega Roundabout. Like some of our shit's getting kind of fucked up. That's gonna happen. Might have to remake this. It's getting kind of janky, guys.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imaginations as guides through a silent, audible masterpiece.
Gave us that outside lane. We downsized and it gave us the outside lane.
Our souls are transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next episode.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing money into local
That's right. You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after this.
Looking like an abomination now. But that'll happen. We've upsized, downsized this so many times. We didn't really need this extra exit lane, by the way, but interesting that we have it now. That is resolved by us downsizing to a size smaller than what's in the roundabout. Yeah. My god, he went over the gray area. It's one of those garbage trucks still. Those garbage trucks are crazy. They're fucking crazy fucks, guys. Technically have 4 exit lanes now, due to the little finagling we did there. Like it's letting up, guys. It looks like a doodle now, though. But garbage truck, it is. They're fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Look at the guy. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Stop wherever, whenever they want. Yeah, I think what might be on the agenda here is, besides the roundabouts, is ripping out the tram. Tram actually takes up space, and then we lose lanes using it. And it seems to have issues. They still function like vehicles, only they aren't smart vehicles. You have to install stops, and people don't always use the stops properly. Like, possibly we could put in lights further up. That might also... Like, I wanted lights right here, which I think a normal roundabout would have, but maybe we should put, like, lights at a segment, like, right here. That would also accomplish basically the same thing. Lights there. I didn't think of putting it further up. Wait to see if this iron's out. Well, I guess live and learn, guys. We figured out some stuff here. Collection icons. Number of vehicles that this put out is now less. It was at 71 earlier. I guess technically they aren't completely filling up, so I mean that probably means incinerators are emptying them. They just aren't doing a very good job of it. All. I might just put in another recycling plant just to get more trucks, because it seems like just having them on the streets actually just helps, because it doesn't matter what the processing capabilities are, it's getting it over here in the first place. Why are crematoriums not putting up... Well, that. So we are not at capacity for crematoriums, despite the fact that it says we are. We actually have excess. It's just they aren't putting out hearses. Kind of weird. What's going on here? Actually, that might be the backup. That's not actually like a real indicator. That was backup from over here. Yeah, this cleared up. So the 7-lane definitely helped. I mean, it's still just working itself out. There's a lot of cars there. The 7-lane roundabout from a highway with lane constrictions or larger exits, excuse me. exit area was never a problem. 4 lanes might have even helped when we did this. That might have helped too. By the way, this right here, these little arrows, this 4 lane, isn't actually something like, in real life, isn't something that you would need. It's because the AI needs to see that there's 4 paths you can go into here, and then it constricts it down. It's like messing with the flow logic on the AI itself from the vehicles. Manipulating the flow logic on the vehicles rather than something that would be... Speaking of which, our roads look like maintenance vehicles, apparently. Like 1 building for the longest time. Oh, we got 2. From the butt plug earlier. A true indicator of traffic. Still have demand for commercial, by the way. And at capacity for schools again. Yay! Again. Haven't needed to expand into our ginormous... We blew off a mountaintop to make that area. Our terraformed area that we needed for the light density demand prior to the latest patches. Yeah, I didn't need to actually mess with that yet. This is a lot better. I need to take a piss real quick here, guys. And grab water. 1 second.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and... Oh, God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
And now it's back to the same. Can't manually insert lights unless there's an intersection. Or I guess a size change to the lanes. Can't put one right here. Dude, they turn red. Huh. I can't even put in a pause with stoplights. Apparently, because there's no one waiting to U-turn here, they aren't going to turn red. Well. Bypass would surely fix this, by the way. But we don't want to do that. It might be a case of having to make this bigger, like the diameter larger. Bridge between the two here. Morning. Your support needed? Yeah. Fix my roundabout. Drop in some roundabouts. The thing is, like, when they're in that right lane, they don't always use the right lane to turn. Sometimes they get in the rightmost lane, then they don't turn. That's, all things considered, it's clearing up again. Yeah, I don't think those help in our current traffic contention scenario. We don't want to blow up the traffic. Must optimize the traffic. What's going on here? High crime, poorly educated. Object name zip file. Okay. Well, we didn't crash last time we played, so that's new. I don't know if I'll be able to load the save, but we'll try saving anyways. Good. I told you have to drop in a roundabout. Why can't you just airdrop a roundabout? A better roundabout. Road paving services. Not save. 446 is our last save. Which was... It actually feels like the autosave sometimes crashes the game, which is hilarious. Drop shit? I mean, you drop bombs. You can't drop that. What are you even talking about? Why do you exist if you can't drop roundabouts? Godoy? Like Godoy? This might still be working. I feel as though we are ready to move on to Phase 2, which is replacing one of our more major interchanges here with another roundabout. In the middle of the active highway. Will it work? No idea. But if it's smaller than this, it probably still works. So if we, like, let's say we make it this big, make it a decently sized roundabout, like maybe like that, and see if that works and is functional. This works actually is pretty good. This is actually a pretty nice, generally works pretty well. On here. Problem is, they get in the right side here to turn, rather than keep going down the highway. Get backed up far enough, and then the turn lane no longer works, or the bypass lane no longer works. We had a flip-flop before where they go this way and then they pull into the turn lane, but change it back. Yeah, I mean, nukes, they don't really drop nukes like that anymore. You mean an atomic bomb? They don't really do that anymore. That's like not Su-57 era at all. That's like the Super Fortress? Which one was that? It's like Cold War era. is when that stopped. Now it's all ICBMs and stuff out of submarines. Super Fortress or Strato Fortress? I think the Strato Fortress has actually superseded the Super Fortress. Technically could still do it, but they obviously don't. Because they can shoot those down. Yeah, the Super Fortress. Super Fortress had a small window before the Strato Fortress took off. Ah! Last flight 1960, so right around Cold War. And then the Strato Fortress was also, I think, replaced the Super Fortress. Yeah, which they still exist. They phased out the Super Fortresses. I saw one at EAA. Very, very, very big bomber. Let's see. These fucks are in the bypass lane trying to get into the turn lane. What are they doing? Why are they doing this? Look at this. Look at this fuck. Look at this guy. He's like, the post office guy's like, yeah, man, I can totally get into that turn lane from over here. I can look, he has his blinker on and everything. I totally can do it. Go across 3 lanes of traffic. Totally can do this. What the fuck? Good. All because all you need was a conversion. If you knew the true power of the roundabout, you'd be, your ways of violence would be behind you. You wouldn't be wanting to drop bombs. You'd be wanting to paradrop roundabouts in, It works. I don't think we should tear out the trams. Not that I'm against trams in real life. They just don't really work in the game. And I think we should replace them with buses. Apparently this exists. Oh, I gotta see this. Nice. We might get rid of the crosswalks on the highway exits. That's there. For education. Good education. There needs to be a mega elementary school, guys. There's way too much elementary. We have like 2 or 3 high schools, and we have like 40 elementary schools. We only support 1,500 people. I had a weird juxtaposition scenario there where I literally was looking at it and it didn't make sense to me because I turned the camera. Well, they aren't backed up onto the ramp. I do think we could fix this with a bypass and just go over the top. I was hoping to do it without doing that, though. And I think we might still be able to do this. It just needs to be bigger. That's what she said. This just needs to be bigger. Or maybe the entry lane is more restrictive. Try that. Let's do some finagling. Exit. Exit was it anyways? 3-lane? I think it was 3-lane. Okay. Let's do lane exit. I turn to turn lanes too. Not just lying to me. That's taking a lot of space to turn into a 3-turn lane. Technically a turn lane because it's a straight lane. A 2-lane. Then we remove the crosswalks. The lights. Yes, whatever. That's because we have RAM in here. Technically, it's going straight, but they can go straight into the exit. Okay. You mean my military base? You mean the airport? I don't think we can rename the airport. No, we can't rename it, I'm sorry. You can't be the airport. Sadly. Oh, wait, we can. Yeah. Sukhoi SU. We're an airport now. Does that make you feel better? No longer called airport. So the question is this working better now? We'll see. I still think the answer to this was making a bigger roundabout. You might even be able to make it at highway speeds. It's just not... The merger space here is too small. I should even move this back to like right here. Just have a direct in. Technically it says it can go straight or turn, right? Yes? Extra, all the lanes are disjointed. That's an issue. Yeah, like I said, this is getting a little bit,
A driving advisory
Getting kind of
is
maimed
issued
here,
for the
guys.
immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution
Due
if
to
you
us
must
having
drive,
constantly
and try to
making
stay
it
off
and
the
reducing
streets
it and
until
making it and
conditions
reducing it over and over and over again.
This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuck.
God, it's a garbage truck again. Look at this guy.
Some of the finest
Look at this
classical
guy here.
music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
A housing shortage is driving up.
So one of the two of the lanes here are basically non-functional because they're misaligned.
We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual
Bug report.
rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me...
I think this is causing a backup. This line never gets backed up. I think this is causing a backup here, guys.
I like the sound
Because
of
the
that.
lines are... the turn lanes are misaligned.
Abstraction and its effect on the human.
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priority.
This just in from traffic. If you're
Oh, one of those turn lanes doesn't even do anything. It's going into the center spinning guy.
on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast.
Fix it.
It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Yeah. Still, two of those lanes aren't really doing anything. We have 4 lanes. 2 of them can go straight. 2 are turn only. Here. Yeah, we are in an experimental phase. This technically doesn't exist in the game. The roundabouts that do exist in the game are really, really small. And Cities Skyline 1, they're pretty big. This game, they're not. So we had to custom make a roundabout. And now we're kind of messing around with the size to see what capacity it has. Increasing the diameter is going to also change it. And we're also changing the speed by making it into a highway or a street. How that influences things. Outside, these are the only 2 lanes that can go straight in the roundabout, by the way. And they're getting backed up because of this guy. A fucking garbage truck. The garbage trucks are crazy, guys. We've talked about this. Garbage trucks are crazy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. What is he doing? Oh, there's 2 of them. Incinerator trucks, too. Most crazy of garbage trucks. Hence why they don't work. Another one here. Really wish you could just make this into... Those guys can go straight, too. Lanes are basically worthless for going around the roundabout. No? Obviously, you put a statue in it or something. We don't... Not quite to that stage. That's why it looks like a doodle. It's because it's been maimed over and over and over again. Guy. Right there. Landfill roundabout, or landfill truck. They aren't even backed up that far. We have problems with them backing up all the way onto the sides. Ah, it's a uterus. Uterus exchange. Good. That's still an issue. Want to move. Guy is absolutely... Oh, it's post vans, too. It's government vehicles in general. Whatever. We'll come back to it when the AI decides to delete them. Garbage cleanup goes through. Office demand again. Good, good, good. I don't know, this is like the only place where suitability is bad is over here. Why is this? Why is this a bad spot for offices? Don't know, guys. Good? They aren't supposed to use the lane. I think it's a side effect of, you redoing the lanes as they got stuck there. They're gone now. Other garbage truck there. Normally they never use this lane because it's like, they have the little dotted lines and they don't go into the gray area. Usually don't go into the gray area. It's garbage trucks, guys. This still isn't bad. It was backed up all the way over here onto the highway. And it looks like this is, after we figured that out, it's still alleviating now. This will eventually clear up. That's not that bad. This isn't bad either. This is starting, but it's still not bad. There's still they can go around the bypass if they want to. Which this, I think, works pretty good. This is actually a pretty good answer to a highway meeting just like a normal city street. And then we have basically off-ramps here, which is just the roundabout is used as an off-ramp. Oh, yeah. Starting to look like a city, guys. Oh my god. Holy shit. Still, more demand. EU high-density buildings 0 of 60. I've been zoning high-density buildings. NA high-density buildings. They are not working. Not recording my commercial high-density. Hey, commercial high-density is broken? Look at this. 0 to 60. 0 to 60. Low density is working. I think high-density commercial is broken. That would explain why we haven't maxed out the gauge yet, is because we're putting it in, but it doesn't count. What are the buildings we're putting in then? Someone broke something! Yeah, that's bugged. So my guess is the whole reason the commercial gauge is not moving is because the commercial we are putting in, it does not count. Something's broken here. Probably have a misnamed variable somewhere. Like, look at this. 0. The low density works. High density does not work. I bet if we put in low density, it'll actually change my gauge here. Put down some of the high density. Ruh-roh. Malls are a park. We have a couple parks. You can't really add malls. No malls. Depends on where you are in the city. We have generally mixed areas too. A lot of schools. We got low income. Apparently, low income areas just have garbage all the time, and you can't get rid of it. Kind of weird, but high density there. Also, this is an industry. This entire area is industrial. Why it looks so industrial. Yeah, look, our commercial gauge is going down after we put down the low density commercial. It doesn't count. It builds it. There's still demand, but it doesn't fulfill the commercial demand. That kind of sucks. So high density commercial does not actually fulfill commercial demand. It doesn't do anything. It just looks. Maybe you can tax them? Wonder if medium mixed fulfills it. Pretty sure. Supermarkets, malls, hotels, big movie theaters, concert halls, theaters, fitness centers, and department stores. Here, there, we just have an insane amount of commercial demand. Move the gauge when we rezoned the commercial here. Let's put in some medium. Can't tell if this is low or medium. Not commercial, or office, I don't think it is. Yeah, good. We have a couple farms. Farms are a pain in the ass to make. You have to zone an area. And then you have to draw circles around it. Hey! It looks like it's gone, guys. The traffic jam is gone. How do we fix it now? We reduced the 2-lane. The entrance to a 2-lane. We made sure there's 3 turn lanes to get out for the main street. I think the big one was a 2-lane here. Guys. Garbage truck again. Dude, the garbage trucks have a literal... Like, they have a vendetta. They love to ruin traffic. Where's he even going? Where are you going? Oh, yeah? You had to come out to the roundabout to go around... Okay, he's going somewhere now. Oh, he's going back to a neighbor. Yeah, we have a lumber mills here. You can't really tell. They don't really do a good job of denoting that. Lumber mills, we have farms, we have oil fields here. No one is in our oil refinery still for some reason. Fix this guy too. If we put in the bypass further back, it probably would also fix this. Can't access the bypass till they're like we're right up here. Not really that high of a flow. First time I've seen this area back up. Probably better than the highway backing up, but still an issue. I just have an absurd amount of demand, guys. Maybe I was wrong. I mean, it's definitely not counting for structures. I definitely noticed once I started putting in high density, the gauge doesn't really move. And not that putting gas stations in the middle of nowhere is a good idea, but... Good. It is simulated to perfection. Density office, high density office, density radio mass. I have the better radio mass. Okay. We already have good coverage. Okay. Buildings offer general buffs, so. Internet coverage is pretty good. I think I have a server here somewhere. Yeah. Exactly what I think I just put it in to put it in because I wanted to see what it did. Yeah, look, our commercial's going down now after I zoned some low commercial. Pretty sure the commercial's bugged. High density commercial doesn't work. Kinda shit, but that explains our never-ending commercial demand. I wonder if people even use this. Like, do they even work? Do people even go in the buildings and use them? Does it fulfill commercial? Or do we just have commercial here that doesn't do anything? Gas station, I mean, sure. That's these aren't on the highway. Sure. The gas stations that we have are not in an optimal location, an area of opportunity. Still, effectiveness, well-being. Kinda sort of feels like they don't actually work properly. I mean, they do exert a radius around them. Right here. Dude, the mixed areas are crazy. Look at this. I think they fixed them, but they overbuffed them. So mixed areas will always, like, over-require. So these are both commercial and residential. Actually, these aren't. Oh, I think this is just high demand. I think it's just high density. Or medium density. Hmm. Okay. Uh-oh. Well, the 2-lane is now back. The highway is no longer backed up, but the 2-lane is. I see. Well, we might have to risk it and go to the 3-lane again and see what happens.
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle, and we're pervading some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city.
Guys, these
So,
guys, the weird
what's
contention
the word on the
issues.
street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenn.
Like, it's like merging anxiety. The game is merging anxiety, guys.
Gross.
Is there any adoption centers? No, I think there are essentially what amounts to soup kitchens.
For who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this. A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Okay.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological structures, which are entirely apart from the.
Why are they choosing to go? Sometimes the AI traffic does really weird shit. They're choosing. Google is pathfinding them down a side street instead of the 8-lane street. They're going down a side street. Why?
Yes, in the short
Why?
term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are
Why are they doing that?
discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human.
Thank
Bunch of
you,
them doing that too.
Professor.
It is a question
Like, look at this.
of
They're
priority.
just a nice open roadway here, guys, all the way down there, and they're going down a side street. Yeah. I guess Google says there's road construction there. When there clearly isn't. Mail processing is still relatively broken. This is maxed out. We probably should build another sorting facility and see if it sorts itself out. Oh! Let's see. I think we need more trucks. It's not the problem, it's the sorting capacity is the problem. These go to the post offices and get mail from the post offices, then bring it back and sort it out. You have no left turn lane at that roundabout. What? Yeah, I do. Left turn lane. Go straight, too. There's 3 left turn lanes. You can go straight. No, I'm pretty sure they're just being dumb. They were, I mean, they've turned left here before. I've definitely seen them go left here. They're just being really stupid. Sometimes you'll see shit like this happen, and it usually fixes itself eventually, but... Oh. Maybe they have to go to some of the industry. Either way, I mean, they should go down here, then turn, right? Or go down here and then turn. They aren't doing that. Good. Wait and see. Sometimes these take a while to, like, they have to go to each post office, 05, and then pick up the mail there. I guess this wasn't even maxed out in terms of stored mail, was it? Yeah, I didn't need to do this. I mean, eventually I would, but right now I don't. The mail's been kind of broken for a while. I haven't really been managing it all because I found out pretty early on the post offices like wouldn't send out vehicles and pick up mail. You just have vehicles that don't move. It's like the same thing that's happening with the garbage dumps right now, where we have incinerators that aren't at capacity, and we don't have trucks. They aren't sending out trucks. And instead, the landfills are. I guess? They aren't sending out trucks. It's like, it feels like there's a limit to the number of trucks you can send out, or something's going on there. Recycling facilities do send out trucks, though. Like, they're maxed out. I just have to put in another recycling facility. Even though there's plenty of trash that needs to be picked up, they aren't sending out trucks to pick it up. I'm sending out a shitload of trucks. These have 1 truck out, 5. A lot of industry. I don't know if this... Oh, there's the fucking garbage truck again, guys. And a mail truck. You guys are like Bonnie and Clyde. When they show up, they cause traffic jams. So we are in a different scenario. Oh my god. A different scenario now, which is instead of the highway getting bound up, it is the city exit. But we're making progress here. What we had, so before we had an 8-lane going into the roundabout. Now we have a 3-lane dedicated exit, and made sure it had 3 exit lanes on it. Or it didn't before. A lot of backed up traffic. Might do a mega roundabout here too, guys. Mega roundabout at some point. We could also move back the exit lanes or the bypass lanes, which would also help. Oh, no traffic's building up on the highway. That's good. Like this is slowly emptying. One fuck had to use the U-turn lane. He's like, I gotta use this, man. I've seen this here forever. I want to be the guy that uses the U-turn lane. Commercial still seems bugged, though. Why is there nothing there? There is. High density commercial seems bugged. Actually seems like the demand from medium density is higher than the demand from high density. Very weird. High density for NA, or for, in general, for residential also doesn't work. And only medium works. Look at that. It does this with commercial, too, where it doesn't seem to... the RCI gauge is definitely working for high density, but it doesn't work for commercial. It doesn't influence the gauge. Or seemingly doesn't influence the gauge. It also doesn't count towards your, buildings you can build. Bug report. Both of them are broken for high density. Medium density EU row buildings. And rip. There are road buildings already. Look very much like rows. True story.
Has anyone seen my keys? My keys. What?
We're in the air?
Oh! Sorry about that. It's, nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh, good.
Okay.
Here they are. Well, never mind then. Thank you for listening to Second Moon.
That's cleared up.
Industry in the region is on the rise,
But now the highway's backing up again.
well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
But it could be once this empties out, it'll fix
Our
itself. We'll have to wait and see.
story this hour, Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse. And worryingly,
Full of garbage
crime is on the
piles.
rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always gotta watch out.
10 out of
for
30.
not to mention
How many cars do
We'll
the
have more after
recycling
this.
center is 30? 90,000 a month. Practically, the garbage dumps don't really process anything. Recycling plant, I guess. It's not really anything to do with the amount they can process, it's the amount of trucks they can get out. Blacked. There's something with the logic. So this is 75 now for the incinerator. These are still 2 out of 75, 4 out of 50. Doesn't collect from the same buildings or something. I don't know exactly what's going on there. Incinerators, we still have problems with getting them to capacity, though. Still stuff that's broken with garbage, guys. Alrighty. Let's see. Problem issue for sure. I think we need to actually build another off-ramp over here on the side. Can't turn. Well-being? Oh my god. So much well-being. Well-being. Trying to wait and see on our little experiment here. Once we get this figured out, then it should be easier to change out some other intersections too. So we're kind of just waiting on this to see what happens here. They waited till everything exited before this took priority. Whatever car was in there that got stuck at like a low priority for movement and bound up everything over here. I see. Good. Yep, just doing that. Maybe a good time to rip out the trams. Badly. Not bad, that's not even backed up that much. Hey, buddy. Okay, buddy. Moving now, it must have been like, you get like 1 or 2 rogue cars that just kind of are vehicles that just decide they don't want to move, and it ruins everything. It backs up everything. Might fix itself. It's pretty long. Good, good, good. Happy Tuesday, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. Alright, can't get anywhere without running into a traffic jam. Fuck you. Complain. Look, it's moving now. Complain. I think it was like 1 or 2 rogue cars that were just stuck here. Game despawned them, so that's not an issue. That fixed itself. More complicated. And we got the tram going through here, and I don't think the tram is really... It takes up 2 lanes, and I don't think people just generally don't use it. Subway's working better. Good. Let's see. Got this guy. We have another access road further south, do we? Ah, the test area. Good. And capacity for elementary again. Good. Lots of fucking hearses. Yeah, we have an absolute shitload of hearses. Good. Fire coverage is terrible. It doesn't seem to matter that much, though. No. I like that it takes into account height of geography for towers. Like, look at this. Higher up the peak, the better it does. That. This has nothing to do with height. Very, gigabits. They're good. Good. Mail handling. Mail handling's still really weird. I don't think I'll try and fix that. It's still broken. Oh, that's a fender bender. Oh my god, Zeno, good morning. You become one of my regulars? That's because you know where to watch. Leaping underdog of the streaming internet. Waiting to become the next big name on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Kick, Twitter, Zoom, stuff and things. So this is, yeah, look, that's completely cleared up. We'll have to come back to this. So it looks like it's cleared up sometimes, and then rush hour happens, and then it turns into a shit show again. So you can see here, guys. Well, you will be a regular till you watch me play Overwatch, and then watch me rage. Had a stint of single-player games, though. It's kind of weird. Definitely,
Everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Definitely haven't played nearly as many single-player games as we have in the last couple months. And most of my time playing on Twitch. Most of my time streaming on Twitch.
High-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or so my
This might be V2, guys. We might be going to V2 of the roundabout.
Good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Very chill? Yeah, my Overwatch streams are not chill at all. Relatively speaking, not chill at all. High stress, high octane game. I do miss playing first person shooter. First person shooters, guys, I have that competitive itch and I need to scratch it. Just like about proving you're the best. It's just something that'll always give me. Single player games I do enjoy. I do enjoy strategy and such, but there's only so much. A traffic accident or something that caused that? Player games only do so much for me. This happens that we got a release of a bunch of single player games that are really good. And Cities was kind of shit, but then became good, so a lot, not completely fixed, but it's much better than what it was. Like no one that even goes through there anymore. Really wish you could see. Really wish you could see the density better. I think these are all low density still. Can't really. Might be medium density and I can't tell. Yeah, high density is bugged. Maybe not for the RCI gauge for residential, but it's bugged for commercial, pretty sure. Plop down high density commercial, like they just... Like, let's just dumb here and zone a shitload of... Very useful. Might redo this now that we don't have to worry about low density spam. This is where I got kind of desperate and I fucking hated what was going on in the game. We might redo this. Not even super terrible. It's just very mechanical. Still clear. Pull the traffic jam. Okay. This time. FPS games seem to have gone downhill. They've gotten more competitive, I guess you could say. It's a lot to do with the toxicity in games. Streamers perpetuate that. I generally don't, even if I'm angsty. Like, I don't shit talk people constantly. Streamers do that to detract from their basically fuck-ups. So if you shit talk someone, people don't pay attention to what you did wrong. It's very, very common. Overwatch category on Twitch is very much that. And I wouldn't say, like, losing sucks, but losing isn't really what makes you feel bad. What makes you feel bad is when your team turns toxic and shit talks you constantly. But even if you lose, it's not about the losing part, it's about shit talking. It's all about shit talking and people just acting like assholes. I see you fucking granola bar. Yeah. I would say, like, losing isn't really even that big of a deal. It sucks, but it's really when people turn into assholes that it really ruins things. Huh. Just not, COD games in general, I mean, if you're talking about zombies, that's kind of a one-trick pony. You're eventually going to get bored of it. There's other Horde games that probably do COD zombies better that you might be interested in looking into, like Vermintide or Darktide is the new version of Vermintide. Borderlands, which you probably have heard of and played. Pretty spiffy, guys. Look how spiffy. Look at the spin to win. Look at the spin to win. Oh, why don't you put in a fucking double cloverleaf? Oh, I don't know. Why don't I put in this cloverleaf? Why don't I put in this guy, guys? Oh my god. Because it is literally 10 times bigger. Not figuratively, literally 10 times bigger. Small one isn't that small. My god, why don't I put in a cloverleaf? Yeah. Zombies you do get bored of. I have gray hair. When I was in college, I did have zombie phase with my friends where we just play zombies. I got bored of that shit. Like, there's almost no challenge, and it's very repetitive, too. COD Zombies has changed, but, you know, like, one of the first couple games with COD Zombies is what I played, and you just, like, fucking do the same shit where you just go and hammer on the walls, and then usually everyone just goes and sits in a corner or some stupid shit until everyone starts running around and panics, and then you die. Yeah, my friends did not really understand why I got sick of it either, which is kind of weird. But there's other games to play, especially nowadays. There's other games to play if you're into horde shooters. This is a highway we put through here, and I'm actually thinking a highway might not even been the best choice because traffic has to slow down and it becomes throttled at intersections. And even though this might have been a good idea at first, we might have actually wanted to put in an 8-lane that goes around there. And they may put a highway ring around it. Highway square around the edges. Oh, our commercial demand did go down. It did go down, guys. We built 5 bajillion commercial, and our commercial demand did go down. So, our RCI indicator is not bugged. Oh, fucking shit. Unreliable healthcare. Education. Has, because they aren't in the radius.
Has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon, the epitome of classical listening at home or wherever you.
We might spin to win here. This is a to do. This is a pretty big spot.
The commercial district is booming.
And because of the roads below it, it makes it more difficult to install. We could still do it.
The latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You
Take some effort.
Shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva matcha.
Yeah, okay. Alright. Alright.
That's good for business.
Alright. Time for surgery, guys.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after.
Beep. Beep.
Industry in the region
Beep.
is on the rise,
Beep.
and when business
Beep.
is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Because these are actually smaller roads, we might not even need... Fuck it up, I did, didn't I? Yes. Yes. Live. Live roundabout. Only 30 feet? No way. Nope. On here. Okay. Plus fanfare. Turns out that might even been too big. That's what she said. Good. All this is proof of the power of the roundabout, guys. That's what this is. We got some prime real estate here. Might as well zone it. Immediate. Ah. Yeah, we got some issue. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's going. He's going. He's going, guys. Look at him go. Oh, yeah. He's like, fuck this shit. I refuse to follow my death. And then he did. Look at that. Done. So, this is pretty big. And this is a 5-lane roundabout. What might need to change here is, because the lanes coming in are only 2, I think in order to maximize this, we have to increase the number of input and output lanes too. So otherwise, this is almost no different than it just being like maybe a 3-lane roundabout. Bigger, but they still merge into those outside, only 2 side lanes. Turn or to go around it. Like, they don't even touch those inside 2 lanes at all. I heard of Ardenfall. Nope. Not. Yeah, so if they only have like 2 lanes, it's like +1 lane to the number of lanes entering. Even +2 if there's enough lanes. Semi's cruising. Literally never touch those inside 2 lanes, like, at all. Alright, let's see. Let's let that, figure itself out. Yeah. Turn to back up, nowhere near what it was before, though. A new roundabout. It is a different roundabout, please. It is not the same roundabout. This is the roundabout earlier. That's V2 roundabout. Which we might need actually a further revision on. As many things. Ah, just a crane going through road. They only use, like, look, 3 lanes, and they never use the center 2 lanes at all. That's probably pretty accurate to most roundabouts in real life. We definitely have some lot issues here because of the raised platform. So it's going in and out of focus constantly. Never touch the inside 2 lanes. If we wanted to really do something stupid, we could put a road across the center. Just to see what happens. Will it make it explode? I don't know. Stay tuned to find out. Will improve traffic flow dynamics? Maybe. Likely use the center lane though. Like that.
You're listening to Second Moon, the epitome of classical listening at home or wherever you roam.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly
The mayor is spending the entire time looking at roundabouts.
Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing
James,
outside
what?
what
Hello?
used to be one of the
Hello?
busiest stores in the
Hello?
city. Not long ago, it would
What?
open its doors to lines of customers.
Existence
7 days a
acknowledged.
week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break.
Second, guys. Roommate's burning a candle. Good. So the center lane, by the way, has changed effectively nothing. So what really matters here is the entrances and the exits, I guess. And even if this is this big, it doesn't really matter. Like, we gave them more... There's plenty of space here to merge, right? And it really doesn't change that much. They're still doing the same shit, which is they always try to merge the same spot. Which really fucks things up. Right here. Look at that shit. It is 100%. They need to add variation to when they merge. Oh my god, they're using one of the center 2 lanes. Right here. Look at this. All try to merge at exactly the same point, and that causes contention. Second guess. Right. Oh my god, they're using the center 2 lanes, guys. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Look at them go. Phenomenal. Definitely improve the scenario. So, does not look... Oh, it actually is clearing that up a little bit. Wait. They can only turn here from the outs... Oh my god. Look at this. It sometimes does this shit. Look at this. They can't use this lane. Sometimes this happens when you... Even with the normal roundabout, when you connect them, sometimes it does not connect properly. Yeah. Crazy shit. Crazy fucks. Dodge that a little bit. There was one turn lane. One of the 4 turn lanes. It would be nice if you could, like, I know that's a lot of micro, but sometimes you need to just be able to adjust the arrows manually. Game should let you. Alright, well, let's see how this turns out now. Better. It's getting better, guys. Better. Look how it is to live underneath here. Yeah. Good. Spinning. It's spinning. Just need to give it a little bit to warm up. Needs to warm up the spin drive, guys. Needs to spool up the drive, you know. It needs to spool up the roundabout. Yeah, it's getting there. Once again, adding more lanes to the exit helps immensely. Which is kind of shitty. It just goes to show you that, like, it's not necessarily like the roundabouts just being bad. It's the AI. You need to manipulate the AI a bit. Once again, I think a lot of it has to do with where they merge. They're almost always merged at the same spot. And there needs to be variation there. Oh, look, that's about clearing up. Generally a very busy intersection regardless. Oh my god. Regardless. That's going to take a little bit, guys. No way. There's absolutely no way we can clear up all that. Oh, trash. Exporting electricity, but we are also... Is there an overload? Got some weird shit going on again. Bottleneck. It's saying the street's a bottleneck here, which probably means we can maybe see. Right here, raising land value, guys. Boop. There we go. We're min-maxing roundabouts. City has no power. Still, once again, even though we fixed that, I mean, it's getting better. But you definitely can see that there's contention with number of exit lanes. Oh, we should go look at... Speaking of which... Being used. Yes, it is. Hope so. Firefighter helicopter pad. Done. Good. Veruco. Good morning. Hi, hi. Very spinny. Definitely having more exits. It's kind of a shame there isn't a three-way highway. Instead, we have to do single lanes. That actually gets messy. Much, much messier than just upgrade. I mean, maybe we don't. Maybe we could technically just go down from highway speeds to a 3-lane. That's also messy. Kind of pointless unless it has a turn lane. Have to get it to allow you to have a turn lane. Actually, backed up still. Actually, no, that's not. The only one that's really backed up is this. And once these other directions become less backed up, it should clear up that side too, because there's going to be less contention in the roundabout. Oh my god, look at him use the center lane, guys. You see that? You see that? Yeah, we're making things really crazy with that guy. I don't know if it's helping or not, by the way. It's slowly working. You guys used to be backed up further. This one's very backed up, but once again, I think this is going to change here in a bit. V1 roundabout does have some highway backage. Asshole doing stupid shit again. Post van. Post van, guys. Of course it is. 2 post vans. It's always the government vehicles.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
Yeah.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming.
It looks like commercial really does not like being next to offices, like too many offices, that is, like right in here.
To our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business.
This is medium or low?
Good for the community.
Thanks, Jim.
Once again, almost no way to tell what density this is.
Industry in the region is on the
Without knowing what the
rise,
buildings
and
look like for certain. I'm pretty sure this is a low density.
floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
I have like 0. I mean, I haven't really went on my way to put a bunch of parks down. But like 0 higher level, high density. Some of our mix is doing well though. Condo. And gentrification done. Fucking garbage trucks. What's going on here? See. That's letting up. And all the other 3 sides have let up, and now it's down to that center area that's also letting up. Good, good, good. Oh my god, they use this. Oh yeah, that's exactly what that center lane's for. Yeah, do that semi. Do it good. Not too bad. Center 2 lanes, I would even say maybe 4 lanes would be fine for this. 4 lanes to 2 lanes. A center lane never gets used. The side center lane almost never gets used. Usually because of the street here. Spin to win, guys. So the whole reason I put the center lane in here is because it changes up the AI and the pathfinding. So it stops them from always trying to merge in exactly the same spot, and they'll do stupid shit. But it's better than having a line of cars just come in here and just wait on the side lane, just pushing against, basically applying pressure to the other lanes. Maybe I should even do that over here. Change this slightly in how this functions. Almost none of these cars are going around, though. There's only 3 lanes here. 3 streets, entrances, and exits. Completely clear on both sides, and kind of there. And look at that, last bit is clearing up here. So a bigger spin to win definitely seems to have helped. Maybe that's one of the things we have to do here is make it bigger. And maybe we could make it highway speed too. This is... That's not that small, is it? You could tell the diameter of this. 72 yards. Well, that's not helpful. 372 yards, guys. This is 308 yards. So, we can figure out, we made a slightly bigger diameter here, right? And kind of figure this out. Yeah, we're going to redo this, I think. This needs to be, not only has it been mangled many times, but it's also, I think it's too small. One. We're gonna wait and see how well it functions with the default lanes. Are really hard to get in the turn lanes. And no turn lane. Done. Okay. So that's bigger. How big is it, guys? That's what I'd like to know. 373. So this is about the same size as the other roundabout. They're both 5 lanes. Change the exit structure a little bit here. Yeah, isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? I mean, there's some shenanigans going on in the roundabout, but for the most part, the roundabout's working perfectly. You know, some people are being assholes. It's just the way it is. More people are using that middle street, though. I might have to delete the middle street. He is just like, yeah, fuck off. Exception. Unknown. Continue. Wants to live under a roundabout? Apparently someone. Apparently, you know, when the land's cheap enough, a lot of people are willing... the Red Sea, or the Brown Sea, excuse me. You know, when the land's cheap enough, I guess it, you know, makes some people reconsider their priorities in life, right? I think it's a question of whether or not you want to live under a roundabout. It's a question of whether or not you can afford to live anywhere else except under a roundabout, right? I mean, how much do you enjoy roundabouts, really? Do you really enjoy roundabouts? Church of the Roundabout. And how far back is their save game, guys? It seems like it's crashing on autosave. Yeah, it just crashed on the autosave. That's a new one. Luckily, I don't think no, we just redid the, we might have to redo the side roundabout again. It's like right before I started that. Oh, so this guy got that pretty figured out too. It felt pretty good. Yep. Use 61, I think. Fucking arrows in the way. Right? This is different. This feels different. $77. Okay, let's let that run for a bit. This guy is basically fixed. Neat. This is a problem of exit ramps. Maybe exit ramps are more in demand than on ramps because they can get up to speed and merge with the highway very cleanly. But the exit ramps result in buildups. Maybe we don't need symmetrical amounts of exit to on ramps. Christ. Our commercial is crazy, guys. Why? They aren't anywhere near. They aren't anywhere near residential. I think I did a little thing in here too, didn't I? That got discarded. Oh, we're losing commercial. Oh my god. City's slowing down. RCI dropping. Not horrible. Makes sense to the AI. Okay. This is cleared up. For now. Maybe the on-ramps, guys, I never had this before where the streets coming into the highway were at highway speed. We had the normal street coming into the highway, right? That could have been part of the problem. I never tried this. Which is getting the cars up to highway speed before they merge. Which, I mean, makes sense, but not a lot in this game always makes sense. Guy. Let's see. Leading this and putting it in a side road might actually fix a lot of the problems here. Made this no left turn. Left turn I'm talking about. Field. Oh, that's not working. These assholes that are trying to turn left here. Rip you fucks. Fortunately, we couldn't just get rid of this guy. We need to stop that from happening.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Hail?
Second Moon Radio with your host,
Still
J.
clear?
Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But
Oh.
apparently that's not
That's
all
building
it
up again.
is. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutt.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By
Maybe,
certain
if you
measures,
profit off of it.
yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priority.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry.
I think
to
we
get
had
somewhere
something. We had a
fast.
vehicle here that was
It's
binding
worth
things up.
slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic
Yeah?
than have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
You can turn around somewhere else. Oh, that actually... That's a problem. Like it's a big one, but not the small one. Huh. Wants to turn left, and he's contemplating his life right now. Yeah. I think some of these guys are fuckered because I turned off the turn lane and now they just are moving. Yeah. Also, these are streets, not highways. Might cause an issue. I think it is. Maybe we should allow turn lanes at the bottom. Better than them stacking up at the top to turn. The turn. Okay. Right clicking shouldn't install it, it should just remove it. Okay, guys. Roundabout has backlog. Maybe being caused by our center street. See how that's happening. Better. Very busy. I think we have to add in more inlets and outlet streets. Make it bangers for inlets and outlets. Not that bad. Actually works out pretty good. A lot of traffic that's trying to get into the industry and commercial area. Yeah. Just want commercial for the sake of having commercial, guys. We do need more, I think we do need buses. Regardless of how much spin to win we have, I think we need buses. Rid of the trams. Now, recycling centers. Critters still aren't doing shit. I think that it looks like there's some of these have more vehicles out now, though. I think they're actually going to the recycling centers and pulling stuff out. Good. We need another elementary school again. Bam, those elementary schools, guys. Yay. Put it in the industry area? The kids can do apprenticeship? Oh yeah. Kids could do an apprenticeship? Mm-hmm. A backlog.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive.
Usually just comes down to like one guy being really, really stupid.
This has been a local public service announcement.
What kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
Alrighty.
Who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this?
We have a. It seems like our traffic is just
Question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest
increased
stores in the
exponentially.
city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers.
I mean, we're gaining more people, but it like we got like traffic jams literally fucking out. Look at this, they're everywhere. It's like we have a traffic environmental catastrophe happening right now or something.
We'll have more.
One area.
Our story this hour. Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse. And worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always got to watch out for crime. Not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
For some reason these guys can't left turn. We might have to redo this one. But they can left turn. Maybe... big stutter. Oh, that's the way it is. Fuck is here? Valid shape. It's a circle. Okay. Traffic hazard, guys. My God. Why does it seem like my city has increased in traffic by like 30% or something insane? Everywhere. Everywhere. Like, I didn't go up like a bajillion in population either. Just a shitload of traffic everywhere. Why is this still working fine? That's still working fine. Like, there are traffic jams literally everywhere. Not figuratively, literally everywhere. Also thinking about putting in a bypass to go over to here. I think we might do one to go here and then around the edge. Up here and connect up and then go over here, maybe. We can't access our driveway. I mean, yeah, you can. Haven't you seen some of those crazy driveways before? It's possible. I've seen them. A Jeep. Or something. And try not to roll your vehicle down. Still have an absolute boatload of commercial demand. I don't even know what this is, what they're doing. Your commercial demand might be slightly off here, guys. Surprisingly, we have very little low-density demand now. Crazy. Yeah. That might have been medium density already. I don't think so, but maybe. Condemned. Level 5. 4 residents. Rip. I kind of want to put a clover field in here just to see if this never, like, if it immediately just fixes everything. God, I'm fucking hungry for some reason, guys. Oh my god. I'm gonna go make a protein shake, guys. I'll be right back.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to...
Oh my god. Normally I just have like, you know, like 1 or 2 granola bars and I'm fine. It's just, oh.
For our newer, less able listeners,
Hungry as shit for some reason.
We'll be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement finally, then savoring the vivacious antipasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Ever make this an A lane?
And we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're
Highway,
planning
isn't
a
it?
trip
Oh, that's
out,
fine.
you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
By the way, guys, if you've never had a protein shake, you don't need to work out. Whey protein, you can also get plant whey, but whey is probably some of the cleanest protein you can get. It's like eating a chicken breast without actually eating a chicken breast, and it probably won't kill you. It won't kill you as fast. It just, protein just hits the right spot at the right time, though. Sometimes you just need some protein. And it is so much better. Instead of just fucking, you'll just constantly just mooch and snack on shit. Helps immensely since I started using protein shakes a couple years ago. Helps immensely with, holy fuck, snack cravings and such. Here. I don't like giving you that extra lane. But you do this game. Why you do this game? could put a bypass in here, and it would most definitely help immensely with this. This is the grand experiment of the spin to win, so I don't think we can just put a bypass in here and call it good. Possible, guys. Need to figure out how to make this better, how to spin faster, how to spin stronger. Can't just throw in the towel. Like the vehicles oftentimes, like they stop and yield to traffic well before the traffic gets near them. Like, look at this white, this is a dump truck? Look at this oil truck here. Even this fucking truck is like, fuck this guy, what is he doing? I have one of those moments where, like, what if I do something really dumb? How much worse can it make things? I always try to go in that same exact spot, so we'll give them multiple spots. Like I said, I think one of the problems with traffic in this game is when it merges, it's oftentimes almost in identical spots. So there's always one point of contention instead of being variation in the merge pattern. They're always the same spot. There are actually some people using the second exit ramp, guys. They're probably waiting for the other side. Yep. Fuck this is. Oh, it's the government vehicles, guys. Doing crazy shit again. I think. So this has nothing to do with the way you do things in real life. This has to do with manipulating the way the AI works in the game. AI is broken. If it works. We'll see. The very fact that they're using the second turn lane probably means that something's kind of broken. Looks like it's too close to this lane. Guys waiting to cross right here, but for some strange reason they can't thread in there. I think this has to do with the area moving too fast. The highway's too fast. They have too big of a buffer. This buffer takes into account how fast they normally would be moving on the highway, right? Only they aren't because they're stopped. Because of the traffic jam.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public...
You can see, because they're all trying to merge in the same spot, no one's moving up to here, right? Like, no one moves up and tries to scoot through the vehicles here. They're all, like, trying to merge in exactly the same spot to get down to this one lane, to turn right, and go in here.
Investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is
Traffic
shuttered,
accident.
like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's
pretty good.
minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break. A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news.
Relevant resources. I think that means we need more industry.
Professor Nutbutter.
Could also be
So a housing shortage is
shipping
bad for
coming in.
people trying to move here, right?
Humans
See this
are
guy?
programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely...
The input-output shipping is kind of broken, so...
For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction.
I think this has to do, the procurement cost has to do with their traffic jams, too.
It is a question of priorities.
Probably aren't getting them in a timely manner. Okay. That would also be an issue. I've lane. Done this before. But it wasn't as big. That's what she said. Good. Well, let's see if that... There's a lot of traffic there. Let's see if that helps clear it up. Guys backed up. Not that bad. This was really bad before. That's pretty backed up. Off ramp? Nope. At 30 or at 60? Okay. And I think we need to have a big road come in, like maybe right here, another large one come through like right here. And I think we're gonna hook it up to the highway. Hey, with the big roundabout over here? Good, good, good. Maybe not a route? Maybe not a highway there? You guys look like they want to live under a roundabout, so might as well help them out here, guys. They want to live under a roundabout. Oracle, everyone wants to live under a roundabout. Dude, 69? It's like 62. And the angle was to avoid overlap. $70, close enough. And the ass, guys. Yeah. All right. Now. And then this guy is going to go off into the nether sphere. All the way off. All the way off. Alright, let's see what happens here. A lot of high resource cost icons now. We never had those before. I think it's purely has to do with traffic. Maybe another indicator that we possibly need to get better transportation. High resource cost, guys. They tell you how many pets they own. I believe. Okay. One turn lane here. One turn lane there. Turn lanes there. Alright, well now we gotta readjust this again, because this is... Eating me out of some turn lanes, guys. Oh my god, the fuck you doing? Oh. On. God, it's broken. This happens, usually you have to tear apart the road to fix it. Try maybe changing... Want to disconnect it. Really, really likes it.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the
Keep on
streets
scooching
until
it to the
conditions
side here.
improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Let go.
Listening to Second Moon, the epitome of
Fuck me.
classical listening at home or wherever you roam.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Expect delays.
Good. Good.
Our story this hour: Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying
I don't
shell
want to
is
destroy it,
full of
guys.
industrial decline
I don't
sweeping
want to
the
destroy
city.
this.
People are being laid
Oh
off.
my.
The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse, and worryingly,
Valid
crime
shape.
is on
It's
the rise.
literally a
Thanks,
circle.
Kim. Always gotta watch out for crime. Not to mention
Very annoying bug.
collapsing buildings.
Mainly because it
We'll
pops
have
up when you're
more
making a
after
complex
this.
shape in roads and you can't get rid of it. Now we get to put this back together. Good luck. Good luck getting this angle right, guys. Wants to ruin my roundabouts. Not gonna look the same. People know it's lopsided. They look at it, they know it's lopsided. Oh, why don't you just spend a little bit more effort making it proper? Oh. Ah, the people that want to live under a roundabout. Good. Doesn't want to live under a roundabout? That's the better question here. Hope those aren't medium density already. See. Wanted to do something really dumb. I have a pretty good idea. Use this one. To everyone. So this basically made it so like they aren't using that center one, but it made it so they're actually merging in two different lanes now. Spots, which is that far one and then the close one. It's the camera? Yeah, we definitely need to add buses, though. I don't want to do buses. Buses aren't fun. Hey, this is freed up now. I don't want to do buses, guys. Buses are not fun. Buses are not fun. Mass transit in this game is not enjoyable in any way, shape, or form to do. Because it should be a lot of fun, right? You're like, oh my god, I just freed up all these streets, you know, people just streamlined my mass transit. No, it's not fun. It's too complicated, and it doesn't really work well, even when you take time to do it. Like I took time to make a subway, and I mean, people are using it now, but it's still not like what it could have been or can be. Well, our trains, that tram track actually has people using it now. But still not that much. My taxis. Taxis do not show up here. That's kind of weird. About 2,000 people. Subway's doing decent. That's a month, though. That's not per day. This is a problem now, as one could expect. Good. Uh-huh. Do 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 do. My laptop's slow as shit. And the shitty thing is when your laptop's or whatever device is bogged down, when you try typing on it, the typing comes out sporadically, and sometimes, well, a lot of times it has errors in it too, which just makes it more aggravating. You. I have 0.1. Yeah. Kind of shame that there isn't just a pre-built tool for me. Oh my god. Making roundabouts. I have to put a mega boat in here. A mega boat. Mega roundabout. There are some issues here. It felt like, guys, like right when I reached about 225,000, I want to say, the traffic in my city, like, increased like fourfold or something. It feels that way, at least. Crossover between the contention between the vehicles. Why you no give me turn lane? All the way back here to do that. Do something really dumb. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, no. Yeah? Power went out and it killed your monitor. You probably had a power surge. Sometimes happens during brownouts. Kind of sucks, but... Remember how on the other side we basically have a center crossing piece to basically disrupt the traffic? It's the same deal here.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city
was one of the lanes to shortcut
We urge
across.
the public to remain calm during these breaks in
Leftmost,
service
well, center
and to
left,
follow the guidelines
center
on
right
the
lane
city's
actually.
website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend.
Also, I'm sorry to hear that.
This has been a local public service.
Time to buy a PG-248 QP.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden
The
downswing?
fucking textures on the bus.
Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll
That
have
might be
more
a little bit too aggressive.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim
Oh,
and
buddy.
Sarah, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
I feel as though it may be a little bit too aggressive with the cars. Yeah.
Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and... Oh, God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
This is like one step away from actually just putting in a bypass, and much worse than putting in a bypass. Because it's causing contention with this outlet from the city. Instead, we could literally just go like this. That. Very unelegant, but it seems to help the AI a lot. Might even be better to put it on the inside lane there. IPS monitor is good for gaming. They're more recent. We just covered at the beginning of the stream, which you'd be curious about, is PG248QP, which is the new 540Hz monitor from ASUS. Very good. Very expensive, but for the most part, IPS panels generally are probably some of the best gaming monitors you can get right now. For the money you're spending, too. TN panels haven't really had an upgrade up until this year, which is the new AUO panel. What the fuck's going on here? The only time this will actually get bound up is if, like, the turn traffic here gets backed up to the point that it goes past the bypass. Why they're having issues here. Why is there an entire lane of cars in the non-turn lane that are now merging into the other lane? Like, normally you get zipper merging, right? Well, not always, but something to the effect of zipper merging. Where along the way here, you got people with their blinkers on trying to get into the lane. In this game, it basically, they wait until the last second. There's like one here, and then like the last second turn lane, where I have to go here. No matter what. Like they see this lane here and they think it can go down here, but it can't. I said, I swear to fucking God, guys. What's going on here with the cars? Like they're just switching random lanes for fun. And at great expense. Need to fix whatever's going on here. This is fucked up. Actually, it could be something with the AI. Let's wait for the line of cars to go through. It could be something to do with this group of backed up AI that went, you know, like all the way back there. It might fix itself here in a sec. Good. Yeah, IPS monitors generally tend to be the best of what you can get right now. Probably have. It seems to be specifically with the autosave feature. I don't know why. Am I out of hard drive space, guys? I don't think so. I am possibly out of hard drive space. Yeah. Good. Yeah, I'm out of hard drive space, guys. Maybe. Yeah. Well, if it's broken, you have probably 30 days to send it back, so assuming depending on where you bought it from. Depends on how long they warranty it for. Even renewed, you probably want a warranty longer than 30 days, though. Warranted or remanufactured, warranted, certified, renewed. Renewed actually can be recertified too. It doesn't mean it's remanufactured, but it could be remanufactured too. Guess I'm out of hard drive space, or I was, which is kind of weird because like I'm not. I guess maybe it's my page file. All my page file must get bigger, and then I run out of hard drive space to actually save it as my page file grows, and then the page file dumps when my game crashes. So then it looks like I have more space than I actually do, and then it builds back up. Oh, fuck me. Let them turn left. Probably just a single lane. We want a single lane. We want... Let's go back to a 5. Let's go back to highway... Nah... Not go to highway speeds. Far back. I don't want to use a bypass, guys. I don't want to use a bypass. I'm cheating. I'm a failure if I use a bypass. I use a bypass. Again. This right here might actually be even better. It's on the inside lane. Everyone right turns out of a roundabout anyways, so if it's left turn on a roundabout, that's even better. Guy knows. That guy knows. So, the problem is the right turn lane always turns right, and you kind of need to be in here anyways to do anything in the roundabout. So Entry's going to push into their right lane. Yeah, sure. You guys make of that. Huh. Oh. I assure you it's safe. It's fine. You're not to be using that, guys. Or the normal roundabout, for that matter. Oh, I fucking broke the exchange again. I only want to use the right ramp to go out of the roundabout now. That presents a whole bunch of other problems now. Got a little bit of usage going on here. Really are prioritizing that bypass ramp. Point at which they aren't even going into the roundabout anymore. That's not what we want. Like, normally they should prioritize like speed, right? So if I actually maybe if I make this slower, they'll prioritize it less. Making things worse right now. Not. No, the roundabout's empty. Uh-huh. The roundabout works till it doesn't work, guys. I do think we really probably should get some buses at this point. I know that's a huge undertaking, that's why I don't want to do it. And very ungratifying. They all right turning then when they go into the roundabout. We need some randomization to pathfinding in this game, guys. I think that's one of the biggest problems with the traffic in this game is there's not enough randomization to it. We talked about merging distances. And as such, everyone just does the same thing, and that leads to contention and choke points. which could be good from a mechanic, but then from a, you know, a usable city standpoint, not so much. Wake up crowd is happening, guys. I think this made it... I don't know if this might even be better, even though it's one lane and they're causing so much issue trying to get onto it. Might still be better.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
Is it trying to...
This has been a local public service announcement.
I know it's trying to attach the road above it.
Classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imaginations as guides through a silent audial masterpiece. Now here we sit, listening at full volume, and our souls are transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next rapisode.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome,
S...
Professor. So
No,
a
that...
housing
No.
shortage is
Okay.
bad for the
No.
people trying
No.
to move
No.
here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain
Yeah, I think like just in a nutshell, guys, like the AI algorithm for the traffic in this game, you probably could say what causes the most issues is lack of randomness. Like you wouldn't think it would be a big issue, but it looks like it is. Like where they merge, where they always just like have problems with each other is because they all think the same.
Yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
There needs to be more variance in their driving.
Statistical abstraction and its effect on the
Already causing a
Thank
backup
you,
there.
Professor.
It is a question of priority.
Remember the roundabouts working better in Skylines
If you're
1.
thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry.
Yeah, I bet this
to
is
get
gonna immediately
somewhere
just freed up.
fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Second, guys. So now they're causing a lane contention here. Everyone's trying to get on this ramp. Like, the weird thing is, if there's multiple paths, like, so this is the, like, we're talking about variation, guys. This is it in a nutshell. So there's two ways to get over to this highway, right? You can go through the roundabout, or you can go through the bypass. But they're all picking to go through the bypass instead of using the roundabout, despite the fact the roundabout's basically empty right now. And same thing here. They merge here and they merge here. This is like an emergency merge, and this is like normal merge distance is like right here. And it's causing issues along the way. $377. Which eventually it's going to turn into what we had earlier, which is everyone just wants to get to this bypass and doesn't even use the normal roundabout. Which also causes an issue, because then they'll all just back up right here. You're going to get stuck right here. There. Because the roundabout isn't fast enough too. We need to change this. Something's going on here. So it just needed a hard reset. Sometimes that happens too. I got a really weird thing with my monitor, which is occasionally when I boot up my computer, my monitor on my left side, if it is plugged in, will not allow me to boot into Windows. It will not allow me to boot at all. It makes no sense. I don't know what triggers it. And the only way to fix it is to physically unplug the power and then plug it back in after about 5 seconds, like to do a hard reboot. Otherwise, I can't get into Windows at all. It doesn't make sense. Did nothing. They're all trying to merge. Get in this lane, and then this is why, by the way, you need 4 lanes. If we had 4 lanes here, this wouldn't be an issue. We don't. Not letting us have 4 lanes. I need to take that apart and put it back in again. Also, congratulations, saved yourself a bunch of money. For that. Sorry, guys. Distractions. Like I said, people waking up right now as it goes. I mean, you could just cancel your order or just send it back. You know, if you really wanted to. No. DisplayPort's better than HDMI. HDMI is better than DVI. And DVI is obviously better than VGA or... God forbid you have like PBYR connections component. Stuff goes downhill from there when you get older. Generally want to use DisplayPort if it's available. It's almost always ahead of HDMI. Almost always. So use it if it's available, otherwise use HDMI. But better. It's better. Yeah. You probably do. HDMI, only having the option of HDMI is generally limited. By the way, this is fixed. I think it's basically the bypass to that. Limited to only HDMI is generally something for entertainment centers. Not computers, consoles. Consoles, entertainment centers in general, so DVD players. Fucking God. It actually fixed itself. That's the bypass, or just the highway connection. Go back to right turn only. Weird. Okay. Yeah, so I think like they could fix a lot of the traffic problems in this game if they added variation to how the AI path finds, like merging and routes, and sometimes taking a less optimal route. Not all the time, but sometimes taking a less optimal route, and you could even weight it at a weighting scale to it. A lot of traffic in here. Oh. Win. Easy fix. And this isn't even that bad. If you look how far they're getting backed up, it's not even that bad. This is still working pretty well. Got the... So, we're talking about variation. Added this in here just to disrupt their mechanic where they always try to get into one lane and they always try to merge on it. This will sometimes throw in a wrench here where they'll go across the center here instead of trying to get into the same lane. And trying to go optimally. Not everyone realizes optimally. That's partially why stuff actually works. What time is it? Let's tear out our subway, or our tram. Let's say goodbye to the tram, guys. Bye-bye, tram! Everyone say goodbye to the tram. Bye-bye, tram! You're a fucking eyesore and a waste of my time. Bye-bye, tram! Which is a fucking shame, because I actually took time to put it in. Best way to remove this. Actually, it doesn't even matter. The tram really doesn't even matter unless, it's on an 8-lane road, in which case it's taking up a center lane. 'Cause 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 street. Like, trams are great and everything, they can bypass traffic, they're just too difficult to manage. That's a station there. You know how you have a bunch of cities and they have, like, you can see the old tracks from the tram, and you're like, wow, why don't they run the tram anymore? And you realize they're just doing what I'm doing, which is just fucking, they deleted the tram, and then they just left over the, yeah, the leftover tracks. Very difficult to remove, guys. I can obviously delete the street and make it back, but that's not really how I want to do this to everything. I have to go through to each and every stop and do this. Then I need to rezone it too, because it doesn't remember the zoning. Felt disabled with only one monitor? Yeah, really kind of sucks. Yes, I did. I sent it in for the 4th time. And hopefully this time it comes back. I'm going to bitch this time. Like, I'm generally, you know, fine with, like, customer service where I'm not going to make a mess out of things, but I'm on my 4th time. The 3rd time when I sent it in, the guy I talked to said that this is your 3rd time and they'll come up with an alternate solution if that happened. The 4th time I talked to someone, they didn't offer me any sort of solution. They just offered to open a ticket and send it in again. Doing the bare fucking minimum. Like, I'm sure on their sheet there, it's like, yeah, you're supposed to actually help resolve this issue. And they're like, yeah, no, it's my Monday. I don't want to deal with this shit anymore. I am going to get my ticket escalated. Time I get it back. If it's not working, they did everything except replace the motherboard, and I'm very certain this motherboard is broken. A trace on the motherboard is broken. We're just going to leave this, and then I'm going to... They go on the center? No, they can't, can they? Can't actually use the center lane. Yeah, I've been without my laptop for 2 months now. I mean, I had it for maybe 2 weeks in between there. Essentially 2 months without my... Oh, can I just do... Of course it isn't that easy, right? Of course it's not fucking that easy. Reason I can't delete that one. Don't ask me why. Error! Error! We can't recalculate this path here. This does... Yeah, okay. Okay, game. Oh, that's, station. Other tram stops don't matter because they're on, they're actually embedded in the street, and as such, they don't... Only on the 8 lane where it decides to replace the center line, which actually kind of makes sense with a dedicated tram route. Okay. But otherwise, it doesn't matter. Like, it was great and everything. I wanted to do a tram, guys. I really did, but complicated, takes too much time, and even when you get it right, no one uses it. If things working for it. Put in ye old buses as they go. Ye old buses. Old school. Which is still going to be relatively complicated because I have to set up lines for it. And I have to put a shitload of bus stops in.
You're back with Second
Yes.
Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour of musical. Tonight we are doing a musical tour of Italia, land of art and culture. Que bon, as they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the street,
I think maybe even trains would be easier than this. Just put trains in on a raised track. Actually, no, I'd still have the same issues as this. And actually, trains just a raised subways, so why would I bother with the train?
Slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Eh? Come across. It came across at the top, right here. Eight lane? It sucks, you can't go over the top of the thing, you can't bulldoze either. Like, I can't just run a thing across the entire city and select the whole thing and delete it. Matter, because it's not 8 lane. Well, there's that. Bye, tram. Time. Yeah. Oh, please. These guys are all waiting for the tram? You fuck off. Bad man. List of stops where I can just delete them all, is there? I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not doing that. They'll have to figure it out. I'm not going to zoom in here and delete 50 stops. No, I'm not doing that. No. No. And they're doing what we were talking about earlier, where now they're just trying to get onto this one singular ramp. Despite the fact the roundabout is open in front of them, they're all trying to merge to the ramp to go over the top of the roundabout, the bypass. When the bypass should only really be useful when the roundabout's full. Yep, my laptop's supposed to be back this week currently. And I'll be able to see whether or not it's broken again, which is probably, I mean, they wrote on the ticket, replace the motherboard. That's the most expensive part, probably why they didn't replace it, because it's basically like buying a brand new laptop. They didn't want to replace it. And yeah, like my laptops, I don't even want like a upgraded replacement or so. I just want a working laptop at this point. Up back. This is a nice laptop. I spent money on it. I got something I thought would enjoy, and it does. It's pretty good. Or a hearse. This is one of these weird things where we have hearses available, and they're either not being shipped out, or I don't know where they are. Good. This is the same shit we have with our garbage collection, which is also stalled. Better. I think what happened is it must be the incinerators only pick up from like commercial or maybe industrial. Need something that picks up from residential? I don't know, but we have incinerators basically at partial capacity here. And the only thing we've found to alleviate the garbage mess is either building more garbage dumps or more recycling centers. Still aren't like at max capacity, so that means the incinerators are emptying these. What happened? I don't know how long I've been at 1 bar for speed. That sucks. That means we need more industry, I think. But we don't actually have that much demand for industry. It's all commercial that's talking about this. All commercial. Alright, bus stop. Bus station. Most basic bitch we can do. Depot. Terminal for buses can be upgraded with a taxi stop, an extra platform, and electric bus recharging stations. Bus platform 6. Cost less. Taxi depot. They have taxis already. I don't think you need a bus station. Bus depot. $1,000 a month. Vehicles. I don't know, like, it doesn't explain why you want to use electric buses as opposed to less pollution, maybe. Okay, now the shit part. You have to make sure they're all on the same side of the road. Line gets fuckered. So we're gonna put the bottom edge of the road. South edge or oh my God. East side. East side, south side.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement.
How delightful! Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice.
Can't just click on the icon either. Like you have to click on a part of the icon.
Got something most music these days ain't. Let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Haydn
Click.
himself.
Let me click on it.
Y'all got soul. Oh yeah, soul.
Why can't I click on you?
Raison d'être. Delicious. My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys got more funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the layperson. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cants.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. Our story this hour: Kim is on scene outside an abandoned.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse. And worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always gotta watch out for crime. Not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
Okay, game, because that makes complete sense. They're even on the same side of the road. Alright. Oh, it's because it goes the opposite direction. Going in from the top. Here, then it goes here. Fucking hate this game. You could at least change the color of the icon when you click on it. Selected. That's the shortest route. It's pathfinding me across the highway, back across the highway, then down into the front here instead of going back down, turning around in the roundabout and coming down the street. Thing is, the bus will do that. It will go on the highway and all the way back here. Whatever, okay. Guess my city was running while I'm doing this. Good. Five vehicles. Vehicles. Five, 45, 44. Have fun. Go out into the world, buses. Do better than trams did. If you do better than trams did, we're already ahead, so. We haven't really been adding that, like, high density. We didn't really do any high density. We did a bunch of medium density today, though. High resource costs. Let's see. Production. Indians food. I mean, what am I going to do about that? Processing. Farm wheat and then chickens. have to check and see what each one of these... the resource costs that are high. Vehicles? Vehicles. Sells vehicles. Sells vehicles. Sells vehicles. Sells vehicles. Sells vehicles. Sells vehicles. I'm sensing a trend here, guys. Vehicles. Import. Means there's just too many places that want to sell vehicles. Otherwise, it looks like we could take water and stone and process it into vehicles. Is that right? I think it's water. It matters? But maybe it does. Hey! They're fully employed. This place never used to be fully employed. Good for them. Employees 2 out of 4. 0-1. That's not exactly what we wanted. Lack of high skill labor. Oh, medical university is at capacity. Yeah. Check the other ones. Got some specialized colleges here. Way. Guess it leaves just normal universities. Okay. Yeah. Well, we got more capacity now. Not that there's going to be equal distribution that want to go to each of those, by the way. A little bit different. So I think this is EU. This is EU schooling, by the way. And in the U.S., for instance, college is basically what a university is, unless you're talking about a tech college. Tech college being different than a university. And kind of itself, like a 2-year college, for instance, where you get an associate degree. College and university are basically the same thing, though. Oh. Sells vehicles. Sells vehicles. We have about 1,000 passengers. Okay. Well, we'll wait for that to shake out. Maybe it'll get better. Vehicles, 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 vehicles. Vehicles, vehicles. Everyone wants to sell vehicles. Must be easy money. Car salesman, guys. Bucks. Still waiting to get on the bypass. Of all the things they could do, they're waiting for the bypass, guys. Roundabout.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work. For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement, finally than savoring the vivacious anti-pasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently, that's not all good news. We're joined
And they're having a problem merging here too. Once again, they all merge exactly the same area.
Professor. So a housing shortage is bad.
There, and then there's an emergency merge up here.
Humans
Whatever the
are
fuck's going on here.
programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart
Still some traffic issues, guys.
rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage
Well?
going to make me richer?
I see.
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a
See,
question.
here they'll actually use the bypass. Not all the time, but they'll use the bypass. But on the other side, they only use the bypass. The traditional roundabout, though. Maybe how the game sees the roundabout changes. The highway. Oh, we got some people going through. Why is this being a pain in the ass? Why are you doing this? So the bypass is now 35 because it's a slow area. Like they aren't always using it now? I don't think I've seen anyone go in that wanted to merge into the right lane. Bypass or turn out of the roundabout. Direction. Okay. No. And no, no. Oh, no, no. Back to the drawing. Off. Get rid of the go lights. Fuck off, go lights. My day. Turned once again back into... Go off. Oh my god, this looks horrifying. Out of here, go lights. I think if we want to keep this, we're going to give this initial run. If I want to keep this, I'm going to have to remake it. There's some weird stuff here where, for instance, over here, it doesn't actually have these like side lane things, like gutters, you could almost call them. That side, it doesn't have one. Here it does. Something to do with the weird lane distribution. All the space they can go by. They don't. We have a bus. Run him down, bus. Go get him. Roundabout. Round, maybe? We have more passengers in the tram. That's good. Never did fix the spin to win tonight, guys. Kind of spinning to win. I think we are still running into some throughput issues here, though. Specifically with the pathfinding with the AI. Well, I would like to put down more commercial. I think we're just going to run into issues with finding... Does it even matter? Finding... High resource costs. Does it matter? Matter. European style. Time to do that. Probably makes you redraw all your lines. Maybe I should just make a shitload of taxis and see what happens. I don't think we even have that many people riding taxis. Like, is there an option? I have 2 taxi depots. But you can't really add that many cars to them, so it doesn't really... It's like 80 cars or something. Not even under your normal transportation tree, it's over here. 1,200 a month. All of our buses. That's a problem. Actually looks like it's getting better. We've seen this before, though. Like, look, it actually looks like it's getting better now. So, like, maybe the whole reason there's this gutter here is it's a problem with the AI dealing with traffic moving in too fast. We could slow down the traffic here. Let's take changes to a... Calm down. I think this is a highway too. Let's slow these guys down as well. Now they have less, looks like less priority, I would say, going into the roundabout, because they aren't moving as fast. Lovely music.
Advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're tuned in to Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is
Okay.
booming as the area is attracting more
Slowing down
eyes
seems to
and
help with
more.
contention areas with high speed running in.
You can now
So
shop
far.
for designer shoes
But we knew
while
that
sipping
before.
a fancy local Jarva mate.
We just
Or
thought we had it
something
fixed
like
last
that.
time. We
That's
did not.
Good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Upgrade this to mega lanes.
Industry is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Oh no! Don't that game. Your problem. Okay. Get fucked by Mega Road. Pacific Highway. Why is there a Pacific Highway in here yet? Ah. Bypass. Might as well run this in... In order to improve this, we'd have to run... Have to buy all the tiles to the edge of the screen. The Large Hadron Collider is operating at 115% of capacity. Good. Good. All automotive, I believe. Yeah. I believe that is stone. Stone and water. It's such a huge pain in the ass to set up. I don't think that's stone. It is ore deposits. Like when you put this down, it should just be the entire area. And then if you want... Oh, I mean, you don't even need to adjust it. You'd just be able to go through the middle of it and it should fix it. Tired of drawing lines, guys, with having to do that over and over again for the garbage dump. My brain hurt. Thought we could fix it though. Try the trick here, guys, where we reduce their speed. I want 3 lanes to merge, not 2. Okay. If I said I wanted 4 lanes from the roundabout, not just 3. I wanted 4. Willing to do 4 for me, game? 5 lanes. There we go, now we got 4. Try that. Processing, guys. This is the roundabout processing. The processing center, where it is sorting the cars. It has to sort the cars so they can go to the correct destination. Like one of the lanes is fucked up too. Instead of being a straight shot, it goes into an extra lane and then it closes that lane off. Exactly what we're looking for. Nine. No lights. No lights. It's doing the same thing. It's basically remade the same thing. That helps. Oh, party fall. Yeah, they're fine. GG, police car. Just coming over there and magicking things better. Makes sense. Like it's fixing itself. Alright, they stopped. Just like real life. Just like how real life works. And we have a little bit of backed up traffic. Oh. Well, luckily, there's a crash back here, so, you know, you don't need to worry about it just being my fault, right? It's off the edge of the screen. Oh, that's good. Potentially, we could put in a 3-banger at this point for the exit lanes. Potentially could have an off-ramp, too. I'm pretty sure this is going to fix itself here. This is already cleared up. This is still an issue. Why is my bus going on the highway? Bye! Didn't want you to transport passengers anyways. Yeah, so this is all cleared up. This is just going to take a bit for it to decompress. This guy, we may have something going on here we might have to deal with. get that truck to fuck off into the wrong lane? I didn't think they'd do that. Oh, it's gone. Nope. Last minute merges, apparently. Probably because of this little janky thing right here, this little hiccup. Makes them think that they can use this as a merging area. That's not what we want. On 4 lanes out of the roundabout, and it took us 5 lanes to get out of the roundabout, and now we can't hook it up to the 4 lane after getting out of the roundabout properly.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying...
I can't get those 2 lanes to line. It doesn't want me to.
Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm done for this morning, guys, as far as Skylines goes. I think tonight, guys, we're probably... This actually doesn't look that bad. We're min-maxing here, but it doesn't actually look that horrible. I think tonight, guys, we're going to go back to Starfield, is what I'm feeling. By the way, the crashes haven't happened since I freed up some disk space. But they're still having issues literally right at that hump. Right there. Right there. It's like, because this is flashing here, it causes them to stop. I don't think so, though. I think it could just be cause and effect relationship here. It's just pointing out where they're stopping. There's some sort of AI bug going on here, right here. Despite the fact that there's literally no contention in front of them. Something's going on there. Tonight, guys, I think we're going to be playing Starfield. I think I've had enough... I was going to say Cities XL. Skylines2 for the time being. A lot of the problems with the game have been... Well, not a lot of them. The major ones that were very much preventing things from happening have been taken care of. However, there's still a lot of issues in the game as far as usability goes. So probably take a look maybe at this again after the next patch. Maybe this coming week or maybe the week after. This was 2 weeks worth of patches and made the game feel much better. So we'll see. I think otherwise I'm going to wait till maybe 2 weeks from now and see how it goes from then. Week from now, 2 weeks from now, this week or next week, week from now. See how things go, guys. But otherwise, I think we're going to go back to Starfield, and we're going to finish up some of our faction quests there, which should be fun, and we'll do that later tonight. But otherwise, much better than it was before. Anyways, guys, oh, by the way, Facebook just disconnected because I've been streaming for 8 hours. Aha! Thanks, Facebook. I appreciate you stopping me from streaming on your platform. Good job, Facebook. Anyways, guys, tonight, guys, probably going back to Starfield. If you're new to the stream, guys, and you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the chillaxing, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So late night North America time. I usually stream for 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. But tonight will be Starfield. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my streams always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday morning. Have a good day, guys.